take the card down.
I was gonna say, I'm like, hold on.
On.
We're doing. I'll just turn the camera back off again. I don't mind.
Oh, we got okay. So, dang it, I got audio coming through my TV, not through my headphones. I got to get these kids on their own computers. But of course, I have the only one that's technically a gaming computer. I'm like, well, build one. Do what I did. Hey, folks, how you doing? We are Grown A Geeks. This is Weigh In Wednesdays. Let's see, playback. Let's try that. Give me a mic check real quick.
Mic check 1, 2. David, what are you getting?
Okay, that one.
What is that?
That one's a TV. That's the other TV. Are my headphones not plugged in? What is happening here?
I forgot I was gonna make a drink too, but I don't know what I want because I don't know.
Fight my kid because I'm
sure. I have the Goldschlager. Do we have anything that would mix well with the Goldschlager upstairs?
Try not to get excited.
Ooh, we have apple
juice.
I
got really excited for no reason. Look who's with us.
Can you mix those for me, David? Put them in my Fallout cup.
Okay. I got to get my audio figured out right now.
David. Okay. Sorry, David distracted me.
Let me just try the old trick. I'm going to unplug my headphones and plug them back in. But while I do that, let me introduce to some and welcome back for others. Tadisha. And we got Southdown Leatherworks himself, David.
Hey. What's going on?
Okay, if you all will excuse me for 2 seconds while I try to figure out why I have no audio coming through my headphones.
Did you ask them nicely?
Maybe they're just not plugged up because they're not. They're not plugged up.
Y'all excuse me if it looks like I'm doing something really interesting off screen because I technically am. I'm playing Final Fantasy 14.
Ooh, that is pretty important and very interesting.
Well, I know there's going to be a handful of topics here that I'm just like, I'll have nothing to weigh in with. So
there's no handful for me. It'll be all of them. I have no idea what's going on in the world in geekdom.
That was
like nothing.
Plus, I'm trying to unlock a bunch of stuff, so I'm unlocking raids right now. So
gotcha.
I have not played 14 in so long. I don't even know where I'm at in that anymore. Like
I have not played 14 in ever. So
you can play it for free.
You know what? Actually, I would be telling a lie if I say I have not played it in ever because that was available on PlayStation, right?
Yes.
So I did play it. I killed some crabs by the tree at the first couple beginning levels. And was like, yeah, we're not doing this.
You had the Skyrim experience.
I had the Skyrim experience. I was like, nah.
Fighting the mud crabs.
And the funny thing is, my cousin in Detroit, David Hamilton, he was playing, and that was his thing. He was online and was encouraging me to play. And I was like, yeah, I'll get no, because he's like, way up there. His level was ridiculous. And don't get me wrong, he definitely could have just pulled me through no problem, but
you can actually pay to level skip now.
See, that's that. But see, I'm old school. Pay to win.
I don't like that.
It's optional. So there's a lot of people who do want to just jump in with their friends or whatever, and they don't care about the rest of it. You can just go and skip all the grinding and stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't have to, but you can.
And I can definitely understand that on some games where it's like a level like a minimum level requirement, that sort of thing. Because a Destiny does that. If you pick up Destiny for the first time and start playing, it will start your character at level 20 and stuff like that. It jumps you forward so that you can get in. You're not going to have a lot of stuff. You're going to be way behind still, but you can play.
Yeah.
So I've got David's got more stuff maxed out than me, but I've got 2 characters maxed out at level 90, or 2 classes, a bard and a samurai, and I'm currently leveling dancer and white mage. Dancer, I'm at level 86, and white mage, I think 84, 85.
Okay.
I have definitely got to get back into that. I think I might have one character at like level 15.
Yeah, I have no characters at anything
I
worth
was about to say you're
discussing.
doing better than me.
Yeah, you know what, Denisha, you and I can start.
Yeah.
We'll grind through at the beginning because there'd be nothing else happening.
Well, see, the good thing with having like friends that play it too, especially ones that are very far along, is that it. Oh, do I need to get away from him? I need to get away from that. Oh no, get away, get away, get away. Sorry, I'm playing a raid. Um, is you've got friends that can kind of help pull you through, and especially to get through like dungeons and trials instead of you having to play with random people, which used to be okay. And we've had a lot of WoW players flooding the game over the last year and doing stereotypical dickish WoW player stuff. So
That's not surprising at all.
What's going on, Russell? Welcome. We've got Russell Parkway, our author. He's with us right now.
Hi,
Say hello to
Russell.
him.
Can I please put you down?
there.
So let's start back at the beginning. Denisha, what's going on, man? How
A lot
are
of
you doing?
nothing. A lot of nothing. I'm moved, so I'm finally settled and all of that. So
Cool.
yeah, I was looking. I was like, it can't be time, and I was like, oh yeah, I have to get used to being on Central Time
Again. That's
Yeah,
back
again.
to Central Time for you.
Yeah.
So, but from what we discussed, overall, good move.
Yeah.
That's a
Extremely
good thing.
happy.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
And so we're happy about that. So congratulations on that and all the good things that
Thank you.
came with that. And what have you been doing in your geekdom? I know you've been moving, so you've been busy.
I've been busy.
You've been very busy, plus school and everything else. So
Plus school, Jesus Lord in heaven. But no, like I did watch. I've been keeping up with the boys, and I know this is going to blow your mind, Sam. But I watched Obi-Wan
on your own.
on my own.
Wow.
The whole thing.
Wow. I will. You know what? I will save Obi-Wan for when Ty is gonna hop in later. I know he wants to talk Obi-Wan, so we will jump in and we will talk Obi-Wan when he comes on, and I will let you lead us through Obi-Wan.
I caught up on I finally watched Doctor Strange. So I did, I've been trying to
Okay.
I gotta keep up a little bit. So
She's doing good. She's doing good.
And I just finished Umbrella Academy. So
okay, so like real talk, you are ahead of the curve because
yay.
I am one episode in on Umbrella Academy.
Which, I mean, y'all got us beat. We haven't even started the current season yet.
I just got an episode in last night, and I explained to Celeste, I was like, babe, my show is tomorrow. Either you're watching this with me or you're not watching it.
In my defense, I'm trying to get her caught up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you really do.
And you have to pay attention.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you got to go through the first seasons because otherwise you're like, what?
Yeah.
The only thing I want to say just from the first episode, I really, and I don't say this as a joke at the expense of the actor. I say it as a joke at the expense of the actor. I really hate Elliot's wig in the first episode.
Oh yeah, it was bad.
It was so glaringly obvious. And you know what, but I appreciate that they're doing what should be done, that they are in fact transitioning the character in a fashion. And I can appreciate what we have on screen for that, because it was going to be really, that was one of those things that was going to have a lot of unnecessary controversy and be a big issue for no reason. And so far, bad wig and all, I appreciate the way it appears that they are handling it.
Yeah, and it was nice because it seemed like, even though they didn't know that was coming, I don't know how much Elliot shared about, his transition or whatever, but
as would have been his right not to.
It made sense. Like the way the last two seasons were set up anyway, it's still like, you're like, okay, it wasn't like, this is crazy. Like, it made sense for her character to arrive at that moment. So I do wish it would have been handled just a little bit. I don't know, just like, oh, now I'm this person. Everybody's like, oh, okay.
Right. So, see, I have to get more into it to see how
to it, but it was just like he came downstairs and they're like, no, it's this now.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I was going to ask about that at some point too.
Right.
So we may want to hit that since Alex won't be on long.
I got you. So, okay. So, Denisha, Jeff has inspired me to watch Star Trek. And in fairness, I know you're making that face, but like on his Instagram, go to his Instagram. What do you call it? Where the stuff you have like saved at the top, his favorite, his pinned items. Mm-hmm. He has a thing about Star Trek on there. And of course, I went through, I'm going to put my hand down. I can see it in my other screen. It's driving me nuts. He had something in the pinned part up top, and it was a story that he had. And it kind of gave me a new perspective on Star Trek. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I should check out Star Trek. I'm going to do that. I'm going to check out Star Trek. And I've seen all the movies. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not like a Star Trek newbie. I can have a full conversation about Star Trek, but I haven't given it the same kind of attention that I would have given or that I have given Star Wars. I can't say that I've seen every episode of Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and now all these new shows that have come out. I've seen all of the movies because they're movies, and I love movies, and I watch movies. And we got to get back to watching our movies, by the way.
We do. We absolutely do.
And you know what? I think it's time that you can watch Blacklight, and I'll see if I can schedule Roberto to come on and redo the episode that we did.
Oh,
you must. Nope. I haven't posted it because so we put the show on hiatus, and we're going to come back to it. So you were going to watch Blacklight because it was that bad. You have to be with us, and I think Roberto would enjoy. And having the two of you on the show together, that would be fantastic. But Star Trek. So we talked last week, and I was saying that, you know what, I really wanted to try to get into Star Trek, and having watched the movies, of course, I like the action side of Star Trek because it's like, set photons to, set phasers to blast and stuff. Like I'm always about that action that you get, and it's such weird action, but it's there. Mm-hmm. And I want that. And they have a lot of, like, for a show for a series called Star Wars, there's not a lot of space battles. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need to see more jets or, ships out in space shooting at one another. You don't get as much of that as you think you would for something called Star Wars. Mm-hmm. We got another member joining us. We got the Hat Man himself, Heroic Hat. David.
Hey, yo.
Hey.
Hey, yo. Denisha.
Right. That's what I
Wait, what?
Right. I got excited. Look, and you know what's crazy? I sent the invite just like almost on reflex. I just sent the invite and I was like, okay, send it to Ty, send it to this person. Oh, look, okay, Denisha's. Oh, let me send it to Denisha. And then I looked down in the green room. I'm like,
hey, yo.
So
why
that's
don't you send me invites?
Because I was on the phone with you before we started the show.
I'm over here like, hold on. I didn't even get I didn't even get half into this beer. I'm seeing things. Hello.
Right. This is a strong one.
Right.
So Voyager, let me answer Alex's question real quick. So Voyager. So I talked with Jeff, and Jeff was kind of giving me a rundown on the different shows. And I was asking, like, if I really wanted to like invest and get involved and like really watch it, what show should I watch? So we did some back and forth, and we decided Voyager would be a good show for me to start. It has a kind of a creature of the week atmosphere. There's something happening. There's not one of those like main story going across the whole season kind of thing. It would be something to kind of keep me invested, keep me interested. It is a fantastic show so far.
Okay.
I like Captain Janeway. I like the introduction of the Makai and the issues that they're having. And I'm sure there's one of the other shows that explain why the Makai are where they are. But it basically looks like this one rogue captain is out in space doing his thing. He gets sucked into this temporal disturbance. They get dragged like 70,000 light years away. Boom, here they are. They send out the crew of the Voyager to try to locate those people. they also get sucked 70,000 light years away. Maquis. Okay, the Maquis. The Maquis. My apologies. I'm not going to say he's a Star Trek purist, but that is proper correction. So, and so they get dragged across, and then you come to find out there's this entity. I don't know the right explanation, but there's this entity that has been. They go out, they damaged the atmosphere for this one planet. They took care of, and they were like, okay, well, we messed up. 2 people got to stay back and take care of these people because we made things worse. So somebody need to take care of them. One of the entities decides to stay back. Another entity joins, and it's 2 of them staying back, taking care of the civilization. They've moved the people underground. All this great stuff happens. The captains are trying to like get back the Maquis, end up having to join with the Starfleet, and now you have 2 teams working together. Everybody's trying to escape, and they're 70,000 light years away. They don't escape, but they're working to get back home. So now they're having to travel across essentially 70,000 light years to get back to, I guess, our solar system, which I guess that's how that works. Or possibly even our galaxy. I'm not even sure, like the dynamics of space and such to say like how far away they are, but they're far. And you know, of course, they find you've got all these interesting characters that they run into. 2 people who, so you have the Starfleet, you have the Maquis and their crew. Their ship is apparently damaged, so they all end up in one ship. They're trying to integrate the Maquis into the Starfleet, but you have people who have like been working a long time to get promoted to like be the lead engineer. Like you're not just gonna come on the ship and tell Scotty he's not gonna be Scotty anymore. You know what I'm saying?
That's fact.
Like you don't get to do that. But if somebody comes on and they're more capable, you gotta like recognize that talent. So they're trying to integrate the Maquis into the Starfleet, but the Maquis are basically like pirates. They're just like rogue people on a ship. They're not, you know, they're not Starfleet. So what's the pecking order there? And we're seeing all this back and forth and people aren't getting along. So Alex, help me out here because you have all the names. I like the half Klingon.
B'Elanna Torres.
Okay, Torres. I like Torres. She's really cool. Who is the guy with the mohawk that was on that first planet? Neelix. I like Neelix. I can tell Neelix is going to be a lot of problems and a lot of fun. He just seems like the kind of person that just like he fixes all the problems he creates, but he creates so many problems. I can already tell. I do like Janeway, and I like the captain of the Maquis. And I like the little power struggle they have there because the captain of the Maquis actually went through Starfleet training and he's a qualified captain. But since it's not his ship, he becomes like first mate. And, you know, if Janeway is not on the ship, he would be the one in charge. So you have these Starfleet people who now have to like take orders from this rogue captain. But, you know, he seems to know his stuff. So I'm definitely interested, but Neelix is probably my favorite character so far, just because. Remember Joe Pesci from Lethal Weapon? They call me Leo Getz. Whatever you need, Leo Getz. That's the kind of energy you get from Neelix, and I'm here for it because he seems like he's going to be a lot of fun. The Fingari seem like they're going to be an interesting group. I'm very impressed with the first couple episodes I've watched of Voyager. The first episode was a 2-parter, so that was 90 minutes. That was like a 90-minute introduction. Like, hey, you ready for this? It's happening. Because it was a 2-parter and it was a nice long episode. I didn't even realize I was watching 2 episodes. It just felt like it was on, so that was a good thing. It wasn't like I was, oh my god, is this show still on? and I've made it up through episode 4. And since they included episodes 1 on Paramount Plus, they included part 1 and part 2 as a single episode. So technically, I'd probably be on 5. Yes, the Doctor. The Doctor is really interesting simply because he is actually not real. He's just the ship's hologram of a doctor. But they clearly have to like there's not a bones on the ship. They have the combined knowledge of about 40 doctors into this holographic program. And it's weird because it actually seems like he can touch things, and that part kind of threw me off. So I was like, wait, if he's a hologram, how is this like hard light construct? Wait a minute, I'm confused. But that's probably why they were saying I needed to see some of the other shows to know like the technology and how far it advances to make it make sense.
Yeah, because they've got in the other shows, they've got the holodeck, which is their virtual, like they can go and create any type of world they want and go and interact with everything. Now, once things get out of the holographic,
it's like the danger room for you X-Men people.
Yes. But if they try to leave those holo imagers, they cease to exist. But while inside the holo imager, you can interact with them like you're interacting with a regular person. That's why the Doctor is able to actually touch people, because of the technology.
That's really cool. So I was definitely trying to figure out like, how does that work? How does he? Yes. I'm waiting on VR technology to get there, but yes. Jesus. You know what? Even when you think about what's the book? Ready Player One. Haptic feedback suits. As soon as they start making haptic feedback suits and give us the little 3D treadmill thing we can run on, VR is going to have a whole new meaning. Lawrence, what's going on, Lawrence? But yeah, I could definitely see that holodeck technology is pretty impressive. And I do hear little things like a couple little callbacks, and it's weird because you don't recognize these are callbacks until you see other things. But the one young man from the more recent Star Trek movies that was saying that he could actually get the transporter to lock onto the signals of Sulu and I think it was Kirk as they were free falling. He was like, I could do that. And he runs in and he's like working the transporter to get them transported so they don't die and they end up like hard crashing on the floor of the transporter room. There's a moment where they're on this one planet. Janeway's on the planet, and she actually says, get your most experienced transporter technician, lock onto our signals, and get ready to transfer. And so that was a young Scotty, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a young Scotty. He was actually he had another role at the time, but he was like, I could do that. And he ran in to make that happen. He was a yellow shirt, so it was kind of hard to tell. Because later on, of course, he, ends up being a red shirt inside. But you hear something like that, and that, of course, took place inside Chekhov. Thank you, Chekhov. That's who I was thinking. I was like, Scotty, because Scotty was played by what's the actor? Shaun of the Dead. The
Mission Impossible guy?
Yeah, same guy. He actually plays Scotty in the Star Trek movies, but it was Chekhov who ran to take care of the transporter because Scotty is in engineering. He makes the ship move and fly. But yeah, so I mean, it's like hearing that took place in Voyager, and then that being something that came back around in the movies, I can now understand and appreciate why that was such a big deal, that Chekhov was actually able to lock on to the moving targets and transport them in, because that's obviously not an easy thing to do. And so that's it's pretty cool. Yes, in the second movie with Benedict Cumberbatch, and that's the new Star Trek movies, not the original Star Trek movies. But yeah, so far I'm enjoying Star Trek. Let me pull this comment back up because I did not show this one on screen. You know what? He might have been considered the Jar Jar Binks of Star Trek, and I could absolutely see that. But it's also one of those things where, like, maybe characters are there for a reason, and he seems to kind of move the story along, and he's definitely going to be plot points, and that's what he's there for. I don't think he's like just this. To me, he was comedy relief, and Janeway just seems so serious all the time so far. So it was nice to have somebody like Neelix who was a little more fun. And the Doctor, I can definitely see that that will probably rewrite his programming, or he'll request something to change on his programming. And it seems like it would be like a learning AI kind of thing. And as he spends more time with the crew, he starts to develop an actual personality kind of thing. I like where it's going so far. So yeah, so far so good on Star Trek. A lot better than I thought it was going to be, and I probably should have given it a chance a long time ago. Let's see. So other shows. Actually, David, are you rating at the moment as well?
Sorry?
Are you rating at the moment?
He's not. No, it's just me.
Okay. Just checking. Dave is good for being on a game in the middle of a show. So and he can multitask. So I'm not hating. I see his eyes are locked on that other side, not towards the camera.
You know, I still have the tournament. So I have the tournament later, so I've got to practice a little bit. But I am still active. And
that is the.
Oh, he is not rating. He is fighting.
Yes,
he's throwing hands.
But I am here and participating.
No. 100%. So the tournament. That's right. You have the cancer.
Yeah. So the DNF Duel Invitational Tournament that is helping to raise funds for the National LGBT Cancer Network.
Woo.
Yep. Which if you were watching my stream last night and been on my TikTok for the past couple of days, you know that I am also giving away a copy of DNF Duel and a copy of Capcom Fighting Collection if you donate at least $5. Every $5 that you donate gets you one entry, and on July 9th. That will be the end date, and then I'll pick the winner from there.
Very nice.
July 9th. What day is July 9th?
That is Saturday.
Okay. I was about to say, because if we could coincide that with a show, then we'll make that happen. Like, yes, I will fully support that. That sounds fantastic. DNF. All right. We'll talk later. I will work on that. We'll get some co-sponsorship happening with Grown A Geeks and Heroic Hat and Twitch and all of the other DNF Invitational. Russell wants to hit me up on Superman and Lois. I told you, man, I gotta wait for the whole season because I'm gonna binge that. I can't do week to week on that. As soon as it hits HBO Max, boom, I get to that whole thing in like a day.
Didn't even know that was a show.
It is, and ironically, it's a CW show, but it's good.
I don't believe that.
I mean, because what? There's an S. Like I don't see that big poster. The only thing on the wall. It's okay though.
Which, speaking of the whole
The only
Superman,
thing on my wall in my whole apartment is this.
speaking of the whole Superman Batman thing,
right.
When I was headed out your direction today, unfortunately, I did not get a picture of this, but it was a newer Charger with the Batwing on the back, like the spoiler, and freaking covered in Batman stickers. Like it was, and the tag actually said it was BT Mobile.
Very cool.
That's pretty dope.
But
In the
of course,
Covington
he was
area, there are 3.
flying past me at
Oh,
I
of
was
course.
doing 80, so I couldn't get a picture. But
Understood.
I still remember on a date that David and we'd gone to like a drive-in theater, and on our way back, we passed a big white vehicle on a tow truck at night, and it had Superman tags on it, and then we realized it was your car, Sam. This was back in like 2017, 2018, something like that.
Yeah. I think every vehicle.
Or it was no, it was 2016. I think David was still living with Jordan before.
Was that the blue truck?
No, it was white, I think.
Oh, that was the Hyundai Santa Fe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we saw it, and I think we called you or texted you or something. It was like, Sam, are you okay? I think this is your vehicle.
Because Joseph, my oldest son, had gotten into a car accident, and he was not at fault. Somebody actually hit him, and they ended up totaling out the vehicle, which they didn't need to total out the vehicle, but insurance. They totaled out the vehicle because like where it hit over the back passenger, like right where the door goes above the tire, it hit right there, and it ended up like denting the frame, or like the frame folded in right there. So they're like, oh, we can't pull that out. And I was like, well, can you just cut that out and put a new one on? Like, yeah, if you weld the frame, then like, I don't know. I'm not a mechanic. Like, then you have to weld it to put it together. But no, apparently it's like a unibody design. And
we thought it was funny. It had a Superman vanity plate. So we're like,
let me tell you, it had a Superman vanity plate. It actually has a Georgia registered Superman tag. And it's funny because I got a lot of weird questions about it, because so the license plate, you only get so many letters on a license plate. And I was like,
why can't you make a pickaxe without coal?
My main thing is my email.
Put down your
ShortDog81. So it's a combination of like all high school stuff, my Al Bundy days. When I played football in high school, I was number 81. I was a wide receiver, cornerback, and a tailback. My football number was 81. My nickname was Short Dog. So Short Dog 81 has like been everything for me for like forever. So when I paid for a custom plate, like a vanity plate here in Georgia, I went with Superman 81 because all of the other combinations I tried for Superman didn't work. But it's really weird because it was spelled SPRMN81. And most people did not know what it said, but SPRMN81. So yeah, I had a lot of questions about that. Got to talk about Superman a lot.
Wait till I get my shelf. Yeah, I'll be like you, Sam. Once I get my shelf, my whole desk is nothing but. I've got all types of.
You know what? And the funny thing is, I don't even hate. I have some Batman pops over there. I have like.
Are they hidden?
I have no. They're not. They're on the bottom shelf, but they're there. Actually, it's on the second shelf, but it's on the bottom row of the second shelf. Wonder Woman is right above Batman, and then I've got another Batman, Cyborg, Aquaman, the Superman and Flash is on the top, and all the Supermans are across the top, all the way across the top there. But yeah, so I mix it up. I make it happen a little bit.
David,
yes.
Tell your white mage friend in here and this astrologian to get good and actually heal people.
I don't know anything about that.
Of course you main healers. You know all the healers.
I don't know. I don't.
These are very bad healers.
That's classes.
Just like we hate no healers now. Wait a minute.
It's a white mage and an astrologian, David. It's your favorite. Now I'm doing the Sigmascape raids. I just finished 3.0.
That sounds really cool. Tell me about that. I have no context for what that means.
I have no idea.
Is that a hard raid?
I'm literally like
so-
writing it down.
so-
What she's talking about.
Is that a
This-
hard raid?
The raids that I'm doing right now, they're not like raids like where you go through like a big dungeon, like some of the raids are. These are raids where you are literally just fighting a single like big boss. Now the cool one wasn't this one; it was the first one I had done of the Sigmascape ones, because there's I think 4 Sigmascapes. And that one, it was a big train. That was an interesting battle. Literally a giant ghost train.
So you're
So-
fighting Thomas.
Okay, I know.
You-
You're fighting
you know the
evil
ghost
Thomas.
Yeah.
So
So
that kind of sounds like some stuff you do in the in 7.
Yeah.
so this with
That
raids, raids you typically have 2, 4, you have 8 people who are all fighting instead of the typical 4. So you have a full party instead of a light party. And everyone's fighting the thing together. Then you have like the big raids where you're like going through like dungeon, more like larger areas, more like dungeons. And you have, David, how many people are in there?
24.
24 people. And they're split
Yeah.
up into 3 different full parties.
Yeah.
So it's A, B, and C.
Sounds like me having a panic attack.
Yeah. So with the alliance raids is what she's talking about. With those particular dungeons, they'll usually have different mechanics that each separate party has to complete before everybody can progress. So if somebody fucks it up, then everybody dies.
Yeah.
Like for instance, the one that we were doing the other night,
World of Darkness.
yeah, World of Darkness, we had to fight a Cerberus. So it's all separated into it. The mechanics are separated by parties. So for say party B, they have to intentionally get eaten by Cerberus so they can attack it from the inside, whereas Alliance C has to chain it up so it doesn't run wild on everything.
Yeah. And then
So
Alliance A just takes care of the ads that spawn. So they kind of hold it off. But if Alliance C screws it up and doesn't chain it, because there's 2 chains, and if they don't chain it up in time, after B finishes taking out the stomach walls inside of it, because then B gets spit back out again, and you have a limited amount of time to chain up, and he gets 2 little glowy spots on his sides, and you have to go towards the corners of the map and grab a chain from both those 2 corners, and then bring it back up to him, and then interact with the glowy spot to attach the chain. Now, if you don't do that in time, he runs amok and wipes your party, and you have to start the fight over.
Wow.
It's a little annoying when you have people who don't know what they're doing and grab a chain and then come over and just stand by it thinking it's going to do something. Or what's worse is people who come over and intentionally don't chain it.
Leroy Jenkins. Just go run in here and do my thing.
And
Do what I do.
that's where a lot of the poor behaviors from some of the WoW players comes into play, where you have ones that come in just literally to troll and to piss off people. So they'll grab a chain and just like sit there or jump around it. Sometimes you'll do some people will do it to not necessarily WoW players specifically, but sometimes they'll just jump around with the chain. They'll delay it to try and get more ads to spawn so they can get more experience. Like, it's really not worth it, because there's a high likelihood you're going to screw it up and we're going to have to redo the whole thing. So, and thankfully it just restarts you at that boss, because he's, I think, David, he's the 1, 2, 3, the 4th out of 5. Yeah. Of like the big bosses in that round, or in that raid. So
This reminds me of when people split tens at the blackjack table. Like that's the level of annoyance that I would have. I'm a gambler, obviously, but like as you're talking and you're just describing how people are purposely messing up. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, I was
so
what?
I now just got into the queue for, or I just got into the raid after sitting in queue for, thankfully these queues are a lot shorter than the last raids I was unlocking. For Sigmascape V 4.0, and we're fighting Kefka.
Yep. So if you are familiar at all with Final Fantasy VI, that is that's going to be your headache.
So
if I remember correctly, that was a headache in 6.
It is, yes, yeah. So have fun.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, none of them have been super difficult so far, knock on wood, but we'll see. I'm making my dance partner this round, the Reaper. That's on my team. His name is Crunchy Bones.
Crunchy Bones.
Crunchy Bones, yeah. I love when people have fun names.
That is enjoyable. Crunchy Bones.
Like mine is
fun name.
mine's Splenda Admil, and Admil is just Linda backwards.
It's funny because I do that. I have my characters. Whenever I get like if I'm playing something, I get to make a character, especially for fantasy, anything, including sci-fi. Leumis Nagrom, which is Samuel Morgan backwards, but it sounds so cool.
I think
It does.
David didn't you?
It does.
David, didn't you just do like a random generator for your name?
Childish Gambino.
For the last.
Is that how we got that?
That would
No,
have
his is a Zixie something or other. I forget the last part of it.
Zixie.
Yeah, I'd have to do something random. Otherwise, I just think of something gross because that's just how my mind works.
David's character was originally a girl.
Yeah.
What's up, Denisha?
I haven't seen you forever.
I know. How's it going?
It's going.
You've only moved like 17 times since the last time I talked to you.
Right. It's been really hard to track her down.
Yeah.
She's been hiding.
Yeah. I'm here now, though.
We found her.
Yay.
I'm slowly getting set up in my new studio here.
Very nice.
So getting there.
What you got and being nosy. Very good. Very good. I don't need a lot because this is. Why would you need more? And I still got them in the plastic too. Why would you need more?
Nice.
Well, see, I gotta have my Lego Infinity Gauntlet, which I don't know if you notice how it's sitting here.
I'm shocked that you put that up there.
I am also shocked.
I am shocked that you have that on screen like that.
It's a shocker, if you will.
It's so shocking.
I know, right? Don't worry, next week it'll be something else. So, but the fingers move, so why not take advantage of it? Hey,
why not?
Absolutely.
That's what she said.
It'd be a
For
waste. I love it. That's what she said.
Not to mention the new shirt. Let's see here.
Ooh,
Oh, I actually like that.
I like
I mean,
that.
don't tell Sam, but yeah.
Damn.
We got Starry Night. I like that.
Yeah,
That's pretty dope.
that is cool.
That's pretty dope.
Got it as a birthday gift. Yeah, love it. So
Okay.
Very nice.
Here we go to Google. Gotta have that shirt.
Buy the shirt.
I don't know where she got it from. I didn't ask questions. I just gave her a big hug and said, "Thank you so much." So
Very nice. No, that's dope.
Boom, found it. 1648. No. Yeah, $12.99 at Walmart. Done.
the Google
Sorry.
flu is strong
It's
with
the
you,
thought-
sir.
It's the thought that counts, but I love
Yeah.
that shirt. And I
Oh no,
wearing it
trust
right
me,
now.
I wear it every week to trivia. Anytime I go out, like I do that. My Starry Night D&D one that I wear a lot. So
Oh, what do you know? They have a Batman one.
imagine
Starry
that.
Night Batman.
Oh, so they have a better one, you said?
Yes, that is exactly what I said.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you for hearing that.
something's wrong with my camera. I don't know what's going on here. Like,
Oh no, we can do better than that.
so,
I mean, it's real easy to fix that. So you were saying this shirt you have is the best shirt that they make? Like, you can't piss off the producer. Like, I'm just saying.
is Denisha having video audio trouble?
She might be. She
What's
might
going
be
on
talking-
here? Like,
Her and Linda. talking
Denisha, I
about
can't
that
hear you.
Batman
What
shirt.
the hello?
No, that's actually a lot
The
of fun.
abuse.
And You know what? I'm curious. Let me see what that Batman one looks like because I would probably. Let's see, Starry Night. Let's do Starry Night comic and see what comes up. Google wants to know my location. Why?
Cold.
As if
You know
Google didn't know
everything
your
else.
location.
Right. You know
already.
everything else. Why do you need my location?
They know
You
what you had for breakfast. Why do they need to know where you're sitting? So
I need to know what room I'm at.
Well, let's be honest. They actually do know your location. They're just trying to cover their butts.
There you go.
right.
They're
They want
pretending
to give
to
you the
ask.
illusion of control.
Right. They're pretending to ask. Okay, now I will say, ooh, you know what's really cool about that? They're using wow, that is not that shirt. What is that though? Be careful when you search Starry Night, because
Oh yeah, no.
that is not the same shirt.
Delete history. No.
I was already incognito, but still. But yeah, I will say, like, I do like the Batman Starry Night because they are using the Jim Lee cover. And it's technically the cover with him on the gargoyle,
it's a minion.
which is supposed to be Superman on the eagle. Because it's like issues like 340.
Oh, I see that one. That was in the original one I
Wait,
saw.
3. I had to reference the comic. It's issues number 204 and 205.
For this one?
No. The one that had the Batman one that I'm seeing. It's issue 205, Jim Lee variant, where it's the iconic image where Batman is standing facing one way, Superman is standing facing the other way. They both have their capes flowing and whatnot. And Superman standing on top of an eagle on the building, Batman standing on top of the gargoyle at night. Jim Lee did the cover for that. It's fantastic art. If you look up Jim Lee 204, it should like come up.
So funny story. One of my exes wanted a Batman shirt. I was like, okay, I'll get you a Batman shirt. But this was when Batman versus Superman came out. So I got her the half and half, the Batman versus Superman. I was like, there you go. She was like, that's not. I was like, that's as good as I can get. Like, I can't just buy a Batman shirt. I'm sorry. Like, I was like, I can do this one. Like, she wore it all the time, but
Oh my god, it's so cute. David, I got the Kefka minion.
Oh, nice.
He's so cute. He like bounces around following you.
So
and then when you stop, he's like
are we being successful in the raid? Is the raid going well?
I finished it.
Did you? And we win. That spoils of war?
Yes.
The victor goes the spoils, and you got to bounce a minion.
Yeah, every at the end of every dungeon, you have a chance to I guess
Crunchy Bones defeat it all.
Yeah, you roll to get like different items, especially in raids and alliance raids. You get like minions or mounts and stuff like that. But you do have to roll against everybody else that is in the raid. So
thankfully, I didn't have anyone to fight with.
So you might roll like 89 on it, but somebody rolled a 99 on it. So you're not getting that thing. So that's just how it works.
Yeah. Aside from like the typical things that you'd think, you would assume you would get with weapons and armor and like other little items to craft with, every now and then, depending on what you're defeating or playing, there's the possibility to get certain minions and mounts that you can ride around on. So minions just kind of follow you around. They're like little boys that follow you around. And David, which minion have you been using a lot recently?
The Palico.
So
that's right. You've been using the Palico.
Just to clue me in, we're talking about Final Fantasy
14.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes.
The
but I heard Palico, which is from Monster Hunter, right?
Yes, they did. They did a Monster Hunter crossover.
Okay.
And Monster Hunter did a Final Fantasy 14 crossover.
And
where you had to fight a behemoth.
They've done Monster Hunter. They've done Nier.
Monster Hunter, Nier, Dragon Quest.
They've had little references to Dragon Guard because of Nier. So, but yeah, they've had a lot of fun little, and of course, obviously, the different other Final Fantasies. Like you can get Squall's outfit, you can get Cloud's. There's quite a few that you can do. You can get the car from 15.
Okay.
And you can cruise around with your bros.
I wish I could get into 14, but I just don't have the time.
Actually, I was going to say, David, we were talking about it a little bit before, and because you've actually experienced more of it than I have. Number one, because you have a lot more characters, you've delved a lot into the crafting classes, especially, but also you've actually watched the cutscenes, unlike me. So
you can't be skipping cutscenes
every single time.
I've seen maybe like the amount of cutscenes I can count on my hands.
She's seen the cutscenes that the game forces her to watch.
And I'm literally sitting there picturing her skipping these and then having to turn and be like, what's going on?
She has done this several times.
And why am I fighting this again? Why am I fighting so-and-so? Well, if you had watched the cutscene.
What am I supposed to do here? You literally just watched the cutscene and it told you specifically what you needed to do. But why do I do that? You can tell me.
So anyway, so David
does this a lot, doesn't he?
Oh yeah,
that's our relationship in general.
Why I drink.
I understand. So,
but anyway, so David, I want you to sell Final Fantasy 14.
Sell Final Fantasy 14? Damn,
yes.
Boy.
Why should Sam play it? Or anyone else who has not played it but has thought about it.
Y'all act like I don't have the most demanding job in the world, and I get to do this full time.
Oh yeah, the backlog of games and shows is
bro. Yeah. We're not gonna talk about the backlog.
I'm gonna be 80 and I'm gonna be like, I finished Young Justice season 4.
Oh God, I forgot about that.
Only 6 more seasons to go.
Yeah.
Doom Patrol season 5.
Like, who you telling, dude? Like, I logged in. Right, so I logged into HBO Max for the first time in like months, and I didn't realize they put Doctor Who on.
Yeah.
So I had to figure out where I had stopped. And then there's Stargirl season 2. There's Doom Patrol. They've got, and of course, with anxiety, I'm like, I need to watch a new show. Oh, look, Harry Potter again for the 400th time.
We'll see.
All right, David, we stalled for you. Go ahead and sell us.
Sorry.
Oh, I didn't need you to stall for me. You think I don't got the sales pitch already?
That's why
I don't got the sales pitch already.
Wolf of Wall Street this. Sell me Final Fantasy 14.
So let me tell you why you need to be playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14. First of all, there's an expanded free trial that you can play right now, and you can play the entirety of the base game, A Realm Reborn, and
get them.
Award-winning.
You can play the first expansion. You can play the first expansion, Heaven's Ward, in its entirety for free. For free.
Free?
For free, David?
For free. For the free.
For the free.
David, is that a whole free 99?
A whole free 99. A whole free 99. So there's no upfront investment that you need to pay. There is a monthly fee, but you ain't got to pay that for the free trial. You could do everything up to level 60 for free.
You're trying to make it sound like no excuse as we go to download.
There is no excuse.
Damn, Final Fantasy 14 download.
I'm sorry. I'm Will from Stranger Things. I just want to play D&D. That's where I'm at.
Final Fantasy 14 is literally a big ass game of D&D.
Yeah, but I need the feel of the dice in my hand. I need to
literally over 15, 16 different classes that you can play on the same character. You don't have to make another character. You can play all these different classes on the same character.
And you can be a cat girl.
And you can be a cat girl.
Or you can be the better
payroll for how long now?
Or you can be the better.
I wish I was on payroll, but you think they making millions now, bro? They be making billions if I was on payroll. Let me tell you.
Okay.
Now,
David, I see you.
But David, you could be a cat girl. However, you can be the superior tall bunny girl instead. And power over everyone else.
You could be a cat girl. You could be a regular human, but why would you want to do that in a fantasy setting? Whatever.
You can also be a child.
That's not a child. Thank you very much.
Literal child.
You can also be a lion man.
There we go. Now, okay, I'm
Leo,
circle back.
stand up.
Right.
You could be this. It's whatever you want.
You can be a dragon.
Yeah.
I'm stuck on the fact.
My
Yeah, you
lion.
could be a dragon person.
Rawr.
Yeah, you can be a dragon person. You could be a lion person. You can be a bunny person. You
They
could be
just
a cat
added.
person.
They just added bunny boys because
Yeah.
before the bunny race was only
Yeah.
for women. Like
Yeah.
the lion race is only men for some reason, and the bunny race,
Not for long.
Vieira's,
They're
They're
working
acting
on
like
that. Yeah, they are
Nala
working
ain't
on
out
that.
there. I mean, well, I know Simba, but
They're
Nala
working
was
on
a whole character. Like, what?
They specifically had to make the male version for this game because before now the Vieira were strictly like only females. So they had to create a male version, which is what they're doing with
all
the
right.
lion
So,
people.
Square Enix, what's up?
Fun
Like
fact
it's on
about,
you now because you just got like a hell of a
sponsor your boy.
commercial.
Sponsor
fun
your
fact
boy.
about the male Vieiras is they're still shorter than the female Vieiras.
It is biologically correct. Okay, it's biologically correct.
That's funny.
You struck a nerve.
Because I'm a Vieira and I made my slider as high as it could go, so I am like the tallest in the game, and that you can be in the game. And David changed over to a bunny boy because he was a cat girl for a long time, and changed over to a bunny boy whenever they introduced the bunny boys. And what's funny is that we stood side by side, and I still have like a good like bunny ear length on him, in height from the tip of his bunny ears.
All right, I don't know how well you're gonna be able to see it, but I got the aura, the dragon people.
Oh yeah, the dragon people are actually really cool looking.
Hold on, let me see if that'll.
I will give you.
I mean, if you could just let me like have like control, I can share my screen real quick. Hold on.
I will.
Because I'll put on a show for you real quick.
Uh-oh.
Not that kind of show.
I was about to say, wait a minute.
Not that kind of show. Not that kind of show.
Is that why you have the hat?
Maybe my wallet.
Not that kind of show.
Bring me some ones. Not that we just randomly have ones available at the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure. I just celebrated the anniversary, but it means nothing.
I'm single. I have 1s and 5s usually.
I'm single. I have 20s.
Oh, you going?
The money don't jiggle. I'm trying to tell you.
I'm going to the ones near the airport. She going to the ones downtown that the football players go to. My bad. My bad.
No.
She going to Onyx and stuff. My bad.
It sounds like somebody having a party and calling them to the house. That's what it sounds like.
Well,
we're not even leaving.
No.
I'm married and don't carry cash. So.
Oh.
Crazy.
I'm married with kids. What is cash? Cash is a thing.
What is?
I've had the same $2 in my wallet for about 4 months now.
Hey,
you just what you do? You just swipe the credit card through whatever you can swipe it through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've learned they don't really like that. They really don't like that.
I picture Quagmire asking if he can get stamps.
Giggity.
Can I get stamps? It's just...
Well, see, funnily enough, they get more mad at David when he does it than when I do. So,
well, that's usually the case.
Well,
Usually. Let me see. I am trying. Okay, so I'm downloading now, David. I'm looking
now specifically, please don't like. You got to download the free trial because I've had a couple people not pay attention to the actual instructions. I told them specifically download the free trial. Do not buy the game. Download the free trial.
Mine says download the free trial and start your adventure. Playable up to level 60. Try the free trial now.
That should be it. Yeah.
And I went with the Windows installer, 28 megabytes. So it's funny because it's like the installer was only 28 megabytes. That downloaded really, really quick.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and exactly how large is this file I'm about to download?
I was like, when's the last time you played an MMO? Because that's how they all work these days.
Right. Like I'm looking at this, I'm like, 28 megabytes. That ain't right.
Yeah.
But
on decent internet, it'll probably take about 20-30 minutes.
That's what these things are for.
But see, what's really funny now is I've noticed a lot of games that I go to play, depending on where I go to play. Like if I play anything on my computer through Xbox Game Pass, it requires that I install it to the solid state drives and not the large 7 terabyte external that's just sitting there.
Yeah. Hold on,
And
let me do one
they
better.
want to be able to like launch and run fast and do all this kind of stuff. And I mean, computer's not weak, but like I have the 7 terabyte for a reason. My primary hard drive with my OS and everything is only 256 gigabytes because it's a M.2 hard drive, and those things are not cheap.
I got you beat, Sam. This laptop that I'm on, I bought for $50 when I first got up here, just so I could have a computer. It had 28 gigs on it or something. Windows takes 26. So I can't install anything without one of these.
Everything has to go in the
Steam, yeah, everything has to go on this. I've got 2 of them. So, but literally like having the camera and the mic and all that stuff, I can only have one at a time. But literally like every time I turn it on, it's like Windows is trying to install updates. It can't. And I'm like, because it won't let me put it on the hard drive. It has to be on the, I'm not a computer savvy person.
I just got a new computer. I don't know. I
got something queued up for y'all right now. This doesn't sell you on Final Fantasy.
It's a pretty all-in-one.
Okay, wait. We're gonna pull.
I got this queued up for you right now. If this doesn't sell you on Final Fantasy,
Okay.
I don't know what will.
Okay.
Yeah, be mindful of. Well, see, like the audio.
It's fine. It'll be fine. Trust me.
Okay, as long as
let me tell you how many times I've done this on stream. It's fine.
Okay, because we have a really awesome Cowboy Bebop video, and the first 3 minutes had to be cut out because we could not play Tank.
Can
Like,
y'all
you're
hear
not going to do a Cowboy Bebop video and not play Seatbelts by Tank.
I don't know if y'all can hear that.
Audio is really weird when it comes to this. It does not like audio. But that's dope. Okay, I see
that I like that.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I see you. You did something. You did something there.
I don't know what we're doing. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? I know we're good.
Leroy Jenkins.
No, so I'm in AlphaScape V 1.0 raid.
So you just doing all the raids right
chaos. I told you I'm going through and taking care of like literally all the side quests.
So that specifically is a red mage right there.
Oh, the red mage is pretty cool.
All right.
Is the staff a sword also?
It's a sword and a crystal that you can combine together and does magic.
Get right here. And then go back.
There's your standard paladin.
Battle mage.
See, this is totally not the Final Fantasy 14 that I have played.
Oh yeah, it's come a long way.
It's been a while then. And that's one of the new classes, Sage, which is what I main.
Yo.
Yeah.
David,
Did my man have
you made
extremist
white mage.
armor right there?
What'd you say, Linda?
You main white mage. Calm down.
I main white mage and Sage. I main healer in general. So whatever.
Yes. Because David likes to have the power.
Yep. I like to control life and death.
See, I'm like 100% support. So any support class, I'm there for it.
So I like to tease David and say healers adjust.
Turn it down a little bit.
I'm a middle ground person.
Triggered.
I love red mages, that kind of stuff with monks. Yeah. So
there's your dragoon.
I like to do a lot of damage, but also not be the one who has the main responsibility. So I DPS.
Gotcha.
But I started off with Bard. So Bard is technically my main. But then the next, once I got comfortable with that, my next DPS I did was Samurai. So Samurai does a decent amount of damage. I think, David, isn't he one of the highest damage DPS?
What, Samurai?
Yeah.
Yep.
So post the link for this particular video in the chat, just so, because I'm seeing you over there jamming out to the music, and I kind of want to like hear the music myself.
Oh, you can't hear it? You can't hear it?
No.
Yeah,
David
audio.
can just sing it.
Damn.
No audio.
Damn. Okay. Shit.
No. But I knew you would jam it. When anytime you start singing it, it's got to be dope. So I'm like, you know what? Put that in the chat.
So with David,
video link.
What I was hoping David would also touch on is apparently the story is like one of the best stories of
Final Fantasy. It is one of the best stories out there right now.
Of like literally any Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
But are all the Final Fantasy stories connected?
Yeah.
Outside of like sequels, to
Yeah.
specific titles, no.
So it's like
I mean, spell
I don't
names
feel like
and
that
things
bar
like that
is
are the
super
same, but
high.
that's it.
Wait, say what? What'd you say, Joe?
Like
I
things
said
like
spell names and
spell
things like
names
that
and
are the
certain
same.
like this-
characters.
What the stories themselves are not connected. Like spell names, like general
Potions,
terms,
things
are
like that.
usually going to be
The same.
the same.
There
Yeah.
and there are certain characters that play in each one, and certain like the deities.
Yeah.
So
You
like
can play in
Ifrit and
Westeros.
Shiva, stuff like that. Sid is in like every single one.
Yeah.
Um,
Gilgamesh is around doing his bullshit.
Wedge, Biggs.
Yeah. There are certain things that transfer over to every single Final Fantasy, but the stories are never going to be the same unless they are specifically sequels to a specific game, like your Final Fantasy 10, 10-2.
And that part I get, but it was just to the point of Linda saying that this has one of the best stories.
It
And I'm
does.
like, well, that bar is not, and I don't say this derogatorily, but that bar is not super high because any good story could essentially be the best until another one or a better one comes along.
Now,
Because it's not like you're continuing a single story each time.
right.
But just in general, it being a self-contained story,
Yeah.
it's got the best self-contained story of all of them.
That's what's up.
Yeah, my brother and his wife play this still, and they're like maxed out. They have like 2 maxed out characters. They've done all the expansions. They've done.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. She plays this in Animal Crossing, and he plays this in Diablo. So, but they even 2 years on, they still play Final Fantasy 14.
And like
Yeah.
honestly, once you, I mean, Dave and I have been playing
Also,
this for about
Moon's
2 years,
Haunted.
right?
Also, the Moon's Haunted.
Oh, yeah, Moon's
You know,
Haunted.
that's one of that's
The
one of the
moon
plot points in Endwalker
Is
was
haunted.
the mo-
So
the
I'm gonna
moon's
die.
Ghosts.
I'm gonna
Ghost.
die.
Yeah,
I
actually,
died.
literally ghosts. that
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
That's a thing that
Yeah.
happened.
is a thing that happened.
All right. Post that link so we've got it. And
You have to find.
See out during the day.
I got
But
you.
yeah, there's
you can see that.
Oh, creepers are always out during the day.
one of the fun things with it is that once you get into the story and get into the game and get kind of comfortable,
Better won't
it's
attack
a
you.
good kind of like comfort
You won't
game
attack.
where like you've had a long day, you just want to pick up something for a second, and you can just run a few little tasks on there and be done.
Yeah.
And it's not something that's super depending on which class you're playing. It's not something that's super mentally taxing, or doesn't have to be at least.
Yeah.
And you do have, even once you've finished like the main storyline in general, and you're waiting for updates for them to add more to it.
There's so much to do.
There's so much to do in between, and they come up with, there's new weekly tasks every single week as well for you to work on. So
And you just positioned yourself.
See, and I am in the same boat because let me tell you that MMO grind. It's a challenge, man.
It is,
a challenge.
I will never say that the MMO grind is not going to be a grind, because even the best of them will have some
You
kind
have
of
to
grind.
even like
But
that section of the.
but the grind here, like the game gives you everything that you need to like get over those grinds, even if it takes like maybe it'll take a day, maybe it'll take 2 days, stuff like that.
cool.
But yeah,
Okay, we're gonna wipe.
Oh.
There goes the other healer. Okay.
so the
He's
game,
almost dead too. God damn it.
there is a grind in the game, but the grind isn't oppressive, if that makes any sense.
So there's the link to see the video and hear the awesome audio soundtrack that David was up here singing, which indicates it must have been pretty good. Okay, we got a little bit right there.
Hey,
Okay, so Corn does the soundtrack. That's what's up. Like, I'm down. Got a little disturbed. Okay, I can be down with the sickness. Let's do it.
But it helps if you have, I guarantee you that you have a friend that's playing Final Fantasy 14. I promise you that you have a friend that's playing Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that.
And you can ask you, and
You want to know
I think
how
this is
I know
one
you
of the
got a
best
friend?
parts. And this is probably one of the best parts
shit.
of Final Fantasy 14.
Are you
The community is generally pretty positive. You got your outliers, but like there's assholes in every game, right? But like
Every game.
the majority of the player base of Final Fantasy 14 is pretty self-regulating. So if there's like any kind of bullshit that happens, they're usually quick
It's
to
just
call it
me.
out and get it
Oh,
get
God.
it knocked out, because everybody's here just to have a good time and do their thing, right?
God damn it.
And they don't want anybody spoiling it.
That's what's up.
So
Okay.
Oh, wait, check out this segue.
Uh-oh.
Speaking of spoilers,
Sam the Segway God.
Yep.
Speaking of spoilers,
The Segway God.
gotta always be listed, always be planning. I was trying to wait on Ty. Ty, if you watch this, if you're watching now, feel free to jump in.
no.
I don't know if we have space. I don't know if my limit is like 6 on the show, and I'm not kicking nobody out. So just shoot me a text if you can't get in, and we'll let you be in chat. You know, you can still be with us even if you can't be with us. Denisha told me that she watched Kenobi. She watched Obi-Wan on her own. Like,
wow, you weren't tied down to the couch or anything like that at all?
As fun as that would have been, no.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Okay. Let me, you know what? I'm not, D, we gonna talk. That's funny.
Why? What the hell?
I feel her sentiment.
David, no one stacked on me. Why?
Oh, no.
I'm sitting here like, hello. They all
you know what?
stack
I'm
on
gonna
the other
speak in
guy.
code, D, because not everybody's gonna get this, and actually, some of the people who would get this are not around to get this. But you are obviously a lot shorter than 6'7" to make comments like that now. We wouldn't have got comments like that before, and that is. I get that. And I'm like, I'm processing that. And I'm like, oh yeah. Okay. You know what? Shit probably would have been fun.
And I'm dead.
I'm in
right.
the wrong room for anything like
You're
that.
right.
That's in the other room.
What time is it? It is
Oh.
10:18. It is not Gag After Dark.
It
yet.
is not.
David,
Not
get
yet.
this white mage and this astrologian. I can't deal with them.
I can't help.
I don't think he's in that game.
And
I'm
why
not
is people all just like
in the
be
fighting game?
poofed off? Listen.
So, Denisha, what'd you think of Kenobi?
I enjoyed it. I
Did
did.
it feel like a continuation of the original 9 movies? Like it with the John Williams score, a lot of the original actors returning. Like,
It definitely didn't feel
Did
out
you say
of
the
place.
first 6? What was that you said, Jeff? The first 6?
no, I include all 9. I didn't say they were all good. I just include them all.
There was
Oh.
the first 6 in this special 3-part series that came after. That's how we're going to call that. It was a special 3-part series.
But-
I acknowledge them, but
The thing that I enjoyed the most was I felt like, okay, so for those who don't know, like I had to reveal to my fellow geeks a while ago, probably like a year ago, actually, that I had not watched Star Wars. Like, yeah, I had to come out. It was a thing. Will like broke his computer. Remember? It was the whole
he
thing.
literally
Anyway.
did. He had to get yeah, that was a thing.
He like knocked it out because I had been a part of Grown House Geeks, for
some time and had not seen all and
I had to come clean that I had
Will
not
took that
seen all.
personal too.
Yeah. Cause yeah. And so for me to watch this on my own is a very big deal. So that's why I made sure I told Sam. But to me, the hype that has been around Darth Vader, like, yeah, he's a badass, right? But you never, in my opinion, you never saw why. Like, yeah, it was cool, the outfit, but this series made you go, oh shit, like he's that dude. Like, I became a fan when he was fighting
Reva.
what is the third sister?
Yeah, Reva.
I watched it. See, and when they were fighting, and when he slowed down
Don't know if we have
her
any.
saber, I was just like, I stood up to watch the rest of that episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're both doing the thing.
So
Mine was right before that, where he with the spaceship, and
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
okay, all
Yeah.
right, like And then he just turned around like he hadn't even done anything. Like, he didn't break a sweat, nothing. He was just like, you don't think I know? I was like, all right, I'm done.
It was like he was like Neo in the last Matrix movie. Yep. It's just like, I'm not putting in effort. I'm just putting up my hand now.
Right.
So that
he was definitely
that
beginning to believe. Like he was definitely at the point of believing. And I will say that there always has been a little bit of mystery surrounding Vader. And like you said, to actually see, we're getting more and more moments to tell us and help us understand why Vader is such a great villain. Because first of all, the first 3 movies really excel and show like just how skilled a Jedi he was to begin with. And there was one moment in that whole segment that kind of had me like looking a little funny, because when Vader decides to take the entire starship and chase after that one little pod that Kenobi is in, I'm like, bro, ain't you like the top pilot in the galaxy? Like, if you just get in your ship, because you actually went as far as to then tell them to prepare your ship when the pod landed. He's in a escape pod. It's not like he's traveling super fast. He's not in a Jedi starfighter or anything like that. It doesn't have all this tactical maneuverability. It's literally like Family Guy said, he's got some moves. He's moving lazily to the left. Like, that's all he was doing. And then you had the entire starship turn to pursue that one. Okay, we're just going to follow the story, because if I start dissecting those parts, it pulls me away. But between Rogue One and episodes 2 and 3 especially, we really get a sense of like what this guy can do, why Vader is Vader. Because the first 3 movies, much as we love them, the original trilogy, the only we forget that Vader actually like blocked blaster bolts with his hand when they were on Cloud City. It's one of those things. It's like you see it for that moment and it looks really cool.
It wasn't impactful. It was not like it was when he fought the third sister.
Nothing about that stands out to be like, that's a big deal. But like you said, when he came back and she got ready to swing and he was just like, no. Weave, try again. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's when you kind of
you're using that wrong. Let me see that.
Right.
Like, they did good to make him this great, big, ominous, scary thing, right? They did that, but
definitely much more
made me a fan. I was like, oh, like he's that dude. Like, I'm
no.
Yeah.
Like with Jeff,
which I think did the great thing about that was they showed Vader's capabilities to the point when him and Obi-Wan fought, then you go, oh shit, Obi-Wan's that dude, right? Because of how elevated Darth Vader was, you're like, oh, well shit, if Obi-Wan can best him, then
and can like actually stick with him, hang with him, and
like handed him his ass, then you're like, oh shit, I'm a fan. So
like the moment where we had Jeff pointed out when he finally, he got through that one little room, and I mean, he just kind of like casually waved his hand and the door flew off. And then he walks in, the ship is trying to take off. He didn't like immediately, he was just like, nope. It was just a very casual, like, hand up. Where did you think you were going? And then he pulls it down. And then when he got mad, there's half the ship. There's the other half of the ship. And now he's looking confused. And you know that he could have just, like, if he wanted to stop that other one, it's not like he ran out of force. In my head, I was thinking, like, that had to be the video game moment where you've used 2 special abilities and you have to wait for your mana to charge back up to use another special ability. So he didn't time his special abilities right. He should have did 1 force stop, 1 force swipe, and then like through his lightsaber, he would have had enough to do another force stop.
And kudos to the director to be able to do that in a way that didn't look cheesy. Like it looked like he did that. Like it looked like he just waved and the door opened. Like it was minimal effort, but it still looked like it was from him. It didn't look cheesy or corny. Like okay,
it looked just as good as it looks every time I walk into the supermarket and do my hand like that. And the door opens. It looked that realistic and that natural because I still do that, and it's I will always do that.
Yep.
That is my thing. I walk up and sometimes I be changing traffic lights. You know?
Oh no, it's a mix for me between.
Try to do that from Karina.
What, remember? No, what was the
Mine's from Family Guy with the really good looking episode. And he's like, yeah, it opened, but if it hadn't opened, it would because you're really good looking.
Right.
So, yeah.
No, remember the craft?
Mix.
That's also me, the craft where I drive up to a red light and I don't really start slowing down till it's like the very last second because it's gonna change. That I'm guilty of that one too. So far, I've made every line.
Tell us about that time your car got wrecked.
Right, knock on wood.
Right.
Right, but he was at a complete stop. That was the worst part. But so the character of Reva herself, could they have done more? Should they have done more? Is her story done?
Her story is not done. I don't know. The buildup was there, but not the payoff for me anyway.
Okay.
That's a season 2 thing.
Yeah, and I felt that. I was like, she's not done. Like, we're going to see her. You know, I like that whole, oh, God, what did he say when she was laying there? Something about
who you want to be now, you get to choose.
No, when he told her revenge or something does something for your will to live or something like that, or I forgot.
Revenge is a great motivator.
Yeah, that one. And I was like, okay, well, she's not dying. As soon as he said that, I was like, she's not dying. It definitely set up for you want more because the buildup was there, but for me, not the payoff. But I was like, because more was coming. You know.
I'm looking at Reva, and I had that moment. Like I actually saw a meme. I was looking for it, and I don't see it, so I'm not gonna hunt it down. But it reminded me of like when Obi-Wan was talking to her at the end of the series, and he's like, "Who you become now is up to you."
Shooting her,
and then it shows, "I am Reva. ... Skywalker."
Mm-hmm.
And while that is just a horrible joke at this point, and I get why it's funny, at the same time, it's kind of like Reva started off she started off as a youngling at the Jedi Academy. She gained the skills and mastered her craft as a Sith apprentice, basically. Which all of the Inquisitors are not. They're not true apprentices. They've just trained in the art of the Sith.
Mm-hmm.
But she herself would have that balance of light and dark. The same way your Ahsoka would have. The same way your Luke had. Some of the more powerful Jedis, actually, your Mace Windu, who have that balance of both light side and dark side capabilities. And if they do a season 2, there's apparently like 10 more years they can cover.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I would be very curious to see her and expand on what she's out there doing in the galaxy. Now,
and see, I'd like that as a separate series.
See,
the Inquisitor series, like a series just about Inquisitors.
Yeah, or what happens to her after she leaves the Inquisitors, because obviously she's not one anymore.
I mean, I think Samara took some, but go ahead. I don't know. I think once you are a numbered
Bless you.
sibling, thank you. If you are first brother, second sister, third sister, fifth brother, fourth cousin, second uncle twice removed, like
Brother's
whatever-
cousin's uncle's roommate.
right? You know what I'm saying? Like whatever you are as an Inquisitor, they obviously don't follow the rule of two with the Inquisitors. And the Inquisitors are basically the elite guard set up by Vader to track and hunt the Jedi post Order 66. That is their purpose. That is what they do. A lot more on the Inquisitors in Rebels. And, you know, we were supposed to have a whole Knights of Ren thing, and that never panned out, which is fine. I'm not asking for it. We'll just let that be. But the Inquisitors do definitely have a place. And I would like to see, given that we've brought up the path, we've seen a Force user stop a ship effortlessly. They seem to be tying in and pulling a lot of content from the games that exist, because that was definitely Force Unleashed with stopping the ship from pulling off. That was Starkiller, who might as well just make an appearance coming up. You know what I'm saying? They're right around the timeline where he would be. You have Fallen Order, where they talk about the path and Cal Kestis. Now we've got the new Star Wars game coming out, which is the sequel to Fallen Order. David, help me out with that. What's the sequel to Fallen Order, the new Star Wars game coming out? Do you know offhand?
Not off the top of my head.
Now, one thing I will say while you guys are looking this up is the one thing I didn't like about
Jedi
Kenobi
Survivor, I think it's called.
Thank you. That's it.
was the kid that played Luke.
Yeah, it's Jedi Survivor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't really feeling the kid that now Leia, yeah. And of course, you know, a lot of the returning characters loved him. The John Williams score, all that stuff. Loved all of it. I felt like Kenobi was the closest thing, because like Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett did not feel like they were part of the original trilogy. They felt like a continuation.
Yeah.
Kenobi fits right in with the movies. So from the same actors, that kind of stuff. But I'm not feeling Luke. I'm not feeling Luke. Like, not that he's bad, he's just not great.
He had so little time that Luke did not. He was just there. He just existed. I wasn't really phased one way or the other.
Yeah, like the most you saw of him was him running away and meeting Ben. Oh yeah, that too.
He did the little raid.
That was
bit.
from a distance, so no sound. So
we did have the moment where, but you know what? There were a few things I did like. Given that this had a canned ending, to a degree, we knew what was going to happen, what wasn't going to happen. So there were a lot of times where I did not feel the stakes were super high.
Oh, it's hard to get invested when you know,
right?
Like
you know
like, yeah, she got kidnapped, whatever.
Right? Like, okay,
wait a minute.
I mean, okay.
The point, no, I mean, there's a point where she's like hanging off a building.
No,
ain't nothing gonna happen. Something gonna, yeah.
And it almost made the movie predictable at times, just because you knew, like, they did a decent job of not really surprising me with how something happened, but just impressing me with showing me how it happened, letting me see the visuals. Because you think about it, and for that little bit of time where, you know, it's been 10 years, Obi-Wan has basically cut himself off from the Force. And so you think very casually how he used to be, you know, he's the one, like, when he's in the bar, he's like, you don't want to sell me these drugs. You want to go home. You know what I'm saying? He's like, he's very, And then when he and Anakin are having their duel and they're both like evenly matched with the Force, and we get to realizing like you said, Obi-Wan was that dude. And he's kind of been cut off from the Force for 10 years. So when he's trying to like save Leia, like there's like a moment where you think to yourself, like, who's gonna save her? Not is she gonna die, but who's gonna save her? Because he doesn't have his Force powers yet. So who's gonna like run in at the last second and slide in and catch her? You know what I'm saying? Is Reva gonna jump in and do something? So just being able to see how they depicted the stuff on screen, there was no fear that Leia would actually be hurt.
It was the anticipation of how will she be saved.
Mhm.
Correct. And I'm still impressed with the show that they were able to make that part enjoyable.
Yeah.
As we see here on the comment, there's no point in having a show for them saying that we already know how they died. And to some degree, I get that. And that was part of the issue I had going into this movie. Just like with going into Rogue One. I already know what happens to these people. You know what I'm saying? Like I know that the plans for the Death Star cost a lot of lives. You know what I'm saying? Like I know some people are gonna like not make it through this battle kind of thing. And you know, going into this show, no matter how much they show us whoever this little actress is that played Leia, and for the life of me, and I don't say this to be funny, but I could not tell if she was just a child or a small little person, a child little person. Something about her proportions didn't match. She was just an interesting looking kid. She was a very impressive actor, though. So that's why I'm wondering. That's why I'm thinking, like, was she really like 19 or 20, but she's a little person, so it made her look younger? I don't know. But the young lady that did Leia, she carried every scene she was in. She did her part, and she brought all Leia energy.
Now, another little wrinkle I like, Sam, was is it Kamal Najani?
Yes.
His whole wrinkle, like his whole story, like that angle,
the fake Jedi,
right? Like I enjoyed all that, so that was fun for me.
I just enjoy him on screen.
with this, I do. I liked him in a turn. I've liked him since I've seen him, but it made me sit there and think, like, okay, after post Order 66, there's gonna be con men or people that try to fill that void. And the way he went about it with the tricks he had and this, that, and the other. But then he actually turned a corner and actually got semi-redeemed in my eyes from being a con man. And I enjoyed seeing that journey.
Yeah, had a quick little arc, and it was, like you said, it was enjoyable. It was realistic and it was believable. So being able to see that live, that
I didn't enjoy Ice Cube's son. He made me laugh because we get introduced to him and they show up and they're like, we need help or we need a ship, and he's like, no, I can't. And then all of a sudden they're like, but we need help, and then he's like, okay, yeah. And he tells this little sad story about how his family was killed. Whatever you need. And I'm like, that was quick. And then he did the same thing when Obi-Wan was like, we're not gonna make it, are we? He's like, no. And then all of a sudden he's like, you don't have to go. And I'm like, but you just said we weren't gonna. I think he has to go and distract him. You're not gonna make it. So it was just.
How much time do you need? More time than we have.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll go and distract him. No, stay. We can do it in time. Well, which one is it, bro? Can you do it or not?
Yeah.
So
make a decision.
His character made me laugh because of that. Yeah. So I'm like, wait a minute.
It's yeah. The thing about having O'Shea Jackson Jr. in this series is they're doing a better job now. Star Wars as a whole, and I guess we can give a little credit to Kathleen Kennedy, although I don't know that George Lucas was necessarily to blame. I don't know who to point the finger at, but Star Wars is doing a much better job of diversifying the cast. And they're doing it in a small enough way that it actually feels a bit more organic, if I'm being honest. having grown up watching episodes 4, 5, and 6, and then finally getting episodes 1, 2, and 3, and then getting these last episodes, I would be really weirded out if there was an episode of Star Wars that had a whole planet full of black people. That just wouldn't seem right. It would seem off and fake and almost pandering. So by inserting O'Shea Jackson, by inserting Kumail Nanjiani, by having a handful of people here and there just to diversify the cast, it helps to really make it seem realistic, as if to say that, okay, they're there. We're just not on that side of Tatooine.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm
But they
saying?
didn't do it in a way you don't pay attention to that, because it is, you have Asian people and black people and white people. Like, it's literally just people.
And I picked up on second brother or whatever, the main Inquisitor, his sidekick, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that was a fifth
I picked
brother.
up on. The only thing I didn't like was they gave him that Asian type helmet.
Yeah.
I was like, I can see he's Asian. Like, I don't need the helmet on top of that.
But you might have missed that.
Right.
But do you know who he is?
I haven't seen him I know I've seen him in other stuff, but I don't connect like that when it comes to movies. I have to DiCaprio. I have to watch something else and be like, ooh, that's his second brother from blah blah blah, or like, I don't follow actors like that per se. So.
Also, I'm going to interject here real quick. I might be making a ton of weird facial expressions that might seem very ill-timed based on the content you guys are talking about right now. However, may I remind everyone, I am playing raids right now in Final Fantasy XIV. It has no bearing as to anything else currently.
No,
anyway, that is all.
No, we need that insight. We need that insight because we need to know if you win these raids. It's important. Are you going to get more of the little what did you call it?
The minions.
Trust me, you'll know if she doesn't get through a raid. She'll
not this one I'm on now, but when I was fighting Chaos in the last one, that's the one we died like 2 or 3 times on. What's funny is that one of the tanks, the last time we fought him and beat him, he died towards the beginning of the fight, and they left him dead for almost the entire fight.
Oh wow!
I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if he just wasn't being a team player or people just didn't like him, because I'm worrying about myself. That's why I play DPS, so I don't have to worry about other people.
Right.
And but yeah, I just noticed that he a little dead, and he stayed dead. What's funny is that he's in my team here. A lot of us are like the same people that I've been playing. That's why I keep getting the same horrible. There I go again. I died. That's why I get the same horrible healer pair. Though this time we have the Astrologian, which is Astrologian, by the way. I just pronounced it stupid. But we also have a Sage this time instead of the horrible white mage that we were dealing with before. So people aren't dying as horribly as they were before. That's good.
All right. Well, keep us updated and let us know if you get through that raid.
Ah, shit. I died again.
Northup, to your point, the fifth brother, you pointed out. Did we know who that is?
It is. It's actually second brother, not fifth brother.
Second brother. Are you sure?
I mean, I'll go with Ty's thing there where he's talking about second brother, because I think it was second brother.
Okay.
Second, third, something like that.
And I mean, I had to look this up to double check, but anybody that's watched the Fast and Furious franchise, the 8 million movies, that is actually Han. The
one that was always eating.
Yes.
That was Han. It's like it was the voices what I caught, and I'm like, no. See,
now I have to watch it again.
But I looked it up, and that's who it is.
Thank you, David. Now I have to watch it again.
Yeah,
You know what? That might actually make me watch Fast and the Furious 4.
No, I'm not
Well,
watching that again.
No, I mean that's where I stopped. So I mean I'm gonna watch them in order.
So, and maybe this is just me. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. I thought it was fifth brother, second sister, third sister, the Inquisitor, and we don't talk about like the fourth whoever was supposed to be there. The Grand Inquisitor. Like, I could let me, you know what? We're just gonna solve this right now. We're gonna pull up Kenobi cast and see what
Also,
they have him listed on.
I beat the raid, by the way.
Yay!
It's time to start the next one. The one I just beat was David. What's the dragon's name? Midsummer Gar. Midsummer Gar. Murder.
Oh,
Midsummer Night's Dream. What?
Midgar Summer. Midgar
Wait,
Summer.
what was that again?
Midgar Summer.
What was that again?
Midgar Summer.
There it is.
Midwest Summer.
God.
Midgar Summer. What was that again?
Okay.
Summer.
So I'm gonna. Okay,
Who are we echoing?
I got echo on somebody. That's funny.
Okay. Summer.
That's even
All right.
funnier the second
Who are we
time.
echoing?
He was fifth brother.
That's even
All right.
funnier.
All
the
right, now
second
who
time.
is actually?
He was fifth brother.
Okay, what is happening now?
This is now.
Happening now.
This is now. That's
Oh
a
my
Spaceballs reference, but no one laughed. I'm sad.
No, I laughed. I got it.
Okay, Northup, I think that's you.
How was it me?
Well, I muted you and the echoing stopped.
Okay, but I wasn't even saying anything.
It wouldn't be you saying anything. It would be the audio playback coming through and playing on like another, like if you have it open in another screen. So anybody who has the group open in another screen, that playback is coming through and it's recording.
No,
Your
Oh,
your
that was
microphone
me.
is picking up the sound.
That was me then.
Okay. You were next to be muted, so but it stopped right when we got to Northup, so I blamed him. But
sorry.
I'm going to only
in
because
your
it stopped when I
defense-
got to you.
In your defense, the first time I got into one of these, I was doing that.
There was a lot of
David, what's the name of that dragon again?
Leave me alone.
okay. So let me pull this up just because we have it and we did confirm it, but
What
because
are you
Google
pulling up now?
Google knows all, and right there, Sun Kang. It's listed him as fifth brother.
Ooh, shit.
So we have and Rupert Friend.
Oh yeah, the guy.
It now makes more sense. Like that dude was Hitman.
Yeah, we try not to remember that though.
Yeah, not Timothy Oliphant Hitman, but that's cool because now that means that two different actors who played Hitman or Agent 47 have been in Star Wars series. I see a pattern forming.
All right, which one are we starting?
But yeah, like, and you know, it's funny as happy as I am for Hayden Christensen to be getting work, I suppose.
Oh,
was it necessary? Like, help me out. Am I the like? Do you feel that this show was in some way impacted by the fact that Hayden Christensen made his big return to Star Wars as Vader?
I'll weigh in on that because I kind of thought about that while I was watching it. And yeah, you might only see part of his face for, so many seconds and all this kind of stuff. But deep down, me knowing he was in that suit and that it was him against Kenobi and stuff made it feel like it was much more a part of the original series for me. Versus if I had known that it was a different actor in that suit, I don't know if it would have given it the same gravity where I was like, yes, they're all back in it. The uncle, his parents, Anakin. It was the multiple returns.
Yeah, and it was necessary for the emotion in that moment to say my friend is gone. You had to see him.
Yes.
You had to see him burnt up, him in that is him.
I don't feel like
it was highly necessary. And two, it was cool because they tried to match up, you know, us James Earl Jones and see like how we got there. They made it make sense in my brain. I'm like, oh, okay, you can kind of, because it was going in and out of that voice,
mixture of his voice and James Earl Jones's voice.
Yeah, having the crossover voice where we see his face, but the breathing machine is still kind of working. Yeah, that was, and then that part I did like that. You know what I'm saying? And again, it's not that I disliked Hayden Christensen, because again, I'm a fan of Star Wars, and when it's all said and done, Anakin Skywalker might have been one of the greatest swordsmen ever. And how many times have y'all heard me say that lightsabers are Star Wars for me? So I'm very grateful for everything I've seen Hayden Christensen do on screen.
Yeah.
However, outside of the segments that had Vader and that last battle, which was that is without a doubt the second greatest battle in Star Wars. And again, Obi-Wan and Anakin. I don't think that battle goes above Revenge of the Sith, but it is like right there, which now really makes the battle from episode 4 just so disappointing. I know there's like a huge time gap, but still, like, come on, man.
But I mean, you also had the tie-ins emotionally as far as like the flashbacks.
Yeah,
true.
Where you see them,
and that flashback. Now that's actually where I was going with it. Seeing Hayden Christensen in that flashback,
it brought me home.
They didn't do any CGI de-aging, which kudos to Star Wars because they love their de-aging software. So thank you for actually having Hayden Christensen on screen. But he looks a lot older now versus what the hell is going on with Ewan McGregor? Why does he still look just as young?
Him and Paul Rudd, dude, they're drinking the same stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Ewan McGregor looks like he just stepped off the set from episode 3 to film this. Meanwhile, Hayden Christensen's gained 20 pounds and aged 15 years and does not look. I will give him all the credit necessary. He obviously fit into the same.
Sam, can I share my screen real quick?
What's up, man?
I just gotta show you guys what's going on here.
It's the lotion.
It has to be. It has to be.
Puts the lotion on his skin.
It has to be the lotion from the blood of virgins or something, and whatever I can say that won't get us in trouble. But what was the So whatever Rapunzel's mom was using to stay young.
I just think it was a very meta move of Disney and Star Wars or whatnot to use a lot of the returning actors, to see Leia's parents, to see Uncle Owen, to see Hayden Christensen.
I absolutely needed Jimmy Smits.
Yes. It really brought it back to me to where it made me feel like, okay, this is like, part of the original saga. Wow.
I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong. So looking at the cast here, just because of all the different people that were in this, we have fourth sister listed. We have fifth brother listed. We know third sister was Reva, and I'm guessing there would have to be like a second something or other, which we don't really ever get officially. But then we have the Grand Inquisitor. The Grand Inquisitor. So the Grand Inquisitor would probably be like number 1. Number 2 is number 2. And she hit the wrong thing to share. She went to share her screen and she left. Okay, she'll be back. Linda know how to do it. So, and there she is. I told you she'd be right back.
There she is.
I forgot it really doesn't like it when it shares screens. Anyway, I will just screenshot it.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm looking at here. I'm trying to figure it out.
Now you have me intrigued.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna screenshot it and I'll put it in the chat.
I still have to say though, when we saw the little flashback and we saw that Anakin was like so impatient and they were fighting and he was like, that's why you're gonna lose, and he like force pushed him off, kind of rolled around him, elbowed him in the back of the head and took his saber. I was like, boy, you was not ready. That is why you were not granted the rank of master right there. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, you know what? All this time, we've always looked and said, like, well, Anakin was so strong. Why wasn't he granted the rank of master? You see how Obi-Wan just took his lightsaber? Mm-hmm. That's why he was not granted the rank of master. Because of stuff like that. Like, it was super easy.
He was too emotional.
Yep.
Right.
Now, I will say this, Hayden looking older, though, fit right in with the original 3. Because, like, he was, like, 8 years old in episode 1. And then all of a sudden, he meet back up with Padme, and he looked like he's 17. And then we see him again, and he looks a lot older. I was like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right. That's about normal.
That's par for the course for him.
So, every time I see him, he looked like he's 20, 25 years older. So, all right.
He ages different.
Yeah.
At the same time.
I don't know what that is.
That looks like a
that I don't. I don't know what that
is a carnivorous panda. It will eat your flesh if you're not careful. Watch out.
What the hell am I looking at here?
It's from a mission, David. It's from a side quest.
What side quest is this? Tell me which one it is so I can stay far away from it.
It's in the Crystarium.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
That's tell them I hate them.
They're like eating other bears to become a big bear.
Does it
have? I don't know what's happening.
That is a carnivorous koala or something that does not eat eucalyptus. It is after your flesh. That's what I feel like.
Also, guys, can we appreciate my character's fit here? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna go a little larger and see if I can. I want to give you all the focus on that, okay?
You can keep that yourself. I don't really need it. I would like to sleep tonight.
Oh, so there's a tie-in with Five Nights at Freddy in Final Fantasy IV.
Okay. All right.
I see.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm saying there. Yeah. You know what? It wasn't that he didn't use lotion. He used the same back to tank that Boba Fett used. I got to get me one of them back to tanks, man, because that thing does wonders for moisturizing. Like, you never mind some Neosporin. You just go hop in a back to tank, take care of all of that. And I bet it's a big vat. You know what? I bet it's nothing but Vicks and Robitussin inside there.
Wow.
And a little bit of aloe.
And you know what? You're absolutely right. A drop of aloe.
They got him on a ginger ale drip for his drink, and they got Prices Right playing on the screen. Yeah, they got Prices Right playing in the background for him to watch while he's in the tank. So,
that was meta. Now we're looking at us. Another Spaceball reference. This is now.
This is now. What's happening is right now, sir. That was then. This is now. So.
I'm not even sure which screen is up.
Wow.
Hold on.
It's like when you step into Funhouse.
Wait a minute.
You step into Funhouse.
There we go. Woo. Woo. Okay.
And you're looking at like 17 versions of yourself in the Funhouse mirror room or whatever. Like, yeah, let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Right. What was crazy is I could not figure out. I couldn't find the stop sharing screen. There were so many different windows and things happening. I couldn't figure out which button.
So, David, the quest is from a little fairy in the Crystarium, and it's one of those like blue plus quests.
What is the level requirement for that quest? Denise and I are going to skip that level.
Oh yeah.
when
For
we
sure.
when we do start playing, I don't want to go
Man, that's
see
crazy,
the,
man.
the
Let me not
murder.
go to the Crystarium ever again.
Right, like-
I'm
Let's see.
not going back.
Yeah, level 70. The little fairy girl is cute though, and there's a flying pig. It uses its ears like Dumbo.
See, if pigs fly and there's a cute fairy girl, I gotta go see.
There you go.
Because I
I
gotta
mean,
see
you
pigs
could.
fly.
They're
You
next
know how
to
much
me
stuff
in the
is gonna
picture.
happen when I see that pig fly?
They're next to me in the picture.
So much stuff is gonna happen. Okay. Yeah, I think they could do a whole episode about not an episode, but I think they could do another spinoff if they wanted
go.
to deep dive into the Inquisitors,
Ooh.
show a little bit more about them, maybe their training,
watch
what
that.
gets them to like. I need to know how do we get to why are you fifth brother? Why are you second sister?
Bridge the gap between Order 66 and what's going on in Kenobi. Show
Right.
me where they
Give
how
me
did
that
they-
10 years.
How did they convince these younglings or force sensitive people to be like, hey, don't die, come join us. Hunt down your own kind.
And you know what? That's how we get Reva back.
Yeah.
That's how we get more on Reva. And we get to see, because she said she's done some things. You know
Oh,
what I'm
she
saying?
had to.
Yeah.
She was too much. He said that she had done too much in the past.
And
She
so
had to be convincing. So I'm
No.
sure it's.
and see, and I think that given that they want to like fill in all these gaps, on the one hand, when you have something like okay, so if you take
All right. It's
Book of
time for
Boba
another
Fett.
raid. I'll let you guys know how it goes.
cool. If you have Book of Boba Fett and you have The Mandalorian.
Mm-hmm.
Book of Boba Fett is a good example of how to advance Star Wars. The Mandalorian shows us what you can do when you have the freedom, the range, and enough established canon to play with. Don't have him do this, don't have him go there. This, like, he can't just say, like, oh, let's go to Alderaan, because Alderaan doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So don't do anything weird like that, because then you put him too far back, and now you got to like make sure you don't step on any toes. Book of Boba Fett, you destroyed it because you eliminated the mystery. Everything that made Boba Fett cool is gone now because you show me that
He's
bro
a person.
really just like lonely and want friends. You know what I'm saying? Like that's really what it comes down to. He's just trying to have some friends, and he's gonna like either let me make as many people as I happy as I can until I feel good about things.
My problem with Book of Boba Fett was the coolest moment to me was when they delivered the Rancor. I had the whole DiCaprio meme going on the whole time. I was like, ooh, that's Machete. Ooh.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, when
that was-
Cat Bane showed up, that was the highlight for me.
Yeah.
And
no,
he
that
got
was
half
good.
his show hijacked by Mando. You know what I'm saying? So the point being that with Book of Boba Fett, you took something that was known and established, and in a sense, you ruined it by pulling back the cover and letting us see behind it. In this case, they did the same thing with Vader, but they enhanced who Vader is. Even though we started out with a lot of that mystery with Vader, and everybody who's always said like, "Oh, Boba Fett's my favorite," had nothing to base it off of the fact that he's supposed to be cool because he's supposed to be cool. Not because we have like a list of feats or records of all the cool things he did. The fact that Darth Vader was like, and no disintegrations, like, damn, so he just be out here disintegrating people? Okay. That was like the standard by which Boba Fett was judged for a very long time. When we get around to this new show, we get around to Kenobi and we see Vader. Everything they did with Vader was still consistent with the character that we know, and they just built upon that. And that's how you advance Star Wars. So when you take a character like Reva, who was a youngling, she went through this traumatic experience, and now she has an opportunity to build from that. Now we got something that we can kind of work with, and you have another opportunity to kind of move forward with that. So we got a couple comments going here. So DJ Fastnax does not want us to do an Inquisitor show. I you know what? I'd watch it.
Yeah.
I'd watch it. And Ty's knocking on the door. He's trying to get in. You know what?
Oh,
Jeff,
he didn't hear us talk. Well, hear me talk about the third sister and her story arc in the beginning, I guess.
No, he's here, but Ty has thoughts and opinions, and what he wanted to talk about was the season finale. So I was trying to hold off, and Tom was getting to us, and I was like, you know what? I know I got Denisha for a moment. Let me let her shine while she's here. Let's see. Thing with Boba Fett is they totally changed the character, not even from what they showed in The Mandalorian. Yeah. I don't know what they did with that. Let's see. Ty, I sent you the link. Is it allowing you to enter, Ty, or is 6 by cap?
I didn't watch Boba Fett.
I think I might only be allowed to have 6 people in, and technically Jeff is still with us. He just had to step away for a minute.
You're good. Actually, I'm working 13-hour days right now, so I'll let Ty step in and offer some opinions. I'm working on here because I saw Denisha. I was like, all right, I know all the other people. I haven't seen Denisha in like 4 months. She's moved to 5 different states, so I gotta get on.
Hold on before you move, because Ty is just saying that he just needs a link. So if I can get him a link, we will test and we will see what is available to me.
See if we can get 7.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I have a limit. I pay monthly. Maybe they get my money. Like, I'm not gonna be that person though. Let's see. I sent a link earlier, but that was earlier. It is now. That was then. This is now, sir. So
also, in case anyone is interested in an update, I'm currently fighting the big mechanical spider from Wild Wild West, and it's about halfway down.
Wow.
So.
That's hilarious. You know what you should do? Do not talk about its wife, because then it will mess you up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
The spider
We're
only
gonna
has
try
4 legs, so it might be okay.
I don't know what's gonna happen. We're gonna go for broke, and I'm just gonna bring him on and see what happens.
It works.
It works. Okay, so we now know. I've never had more than 6 people, so now I know that we can have at least 7.
Possibly.
I think when I tried getting in, it said there can be up to 10 people on a call.
Oh,
good to know. So
you mean we can have 2 more people down at the bottom right? We do some Brady Bunch stuff? All right.
Right.
Here's the story.
Oh, yeah.
Lovely lady. Yeah, we all got to look at
who had 3 lovely daughters of her own.
All right.
Squares.
Ty, talk to me.
Motherfucker, man. I have so many things to share. To share.
You know what? You got a whole hour.
Do we want to stick with Boba Fett since that's where we're at? And with Kenobi, are we holding off on that season finale?
I want a season 2.
Yes.
I know it was a limited series, but Disney has flat out said if there's enough interest, which I feel there has been, there's enough conversation, there's enough memes, there's enough talk.
I don't feel like there's anything else to say with Boba Fett.
There were absolutely a lot of things that could have been said about Boba Fett if they didn't just make him a little bitch.
Right.
Here's
you know what?
I gotta get the facts.
I'm going in.
Give the big black Wookiee his own show.
I about to go in.
Everybody getting a show at Star Wars. You get a show. You get a show.
Here's the thing. Just compared from what was shown in The Mandalorian, what do we feel about his depiction of The Mandalorian? I felt it was brilliant and I loved it, and I felt like it was true to what was briefly shown in the original trilogy. Do we feel like The Mandalorian did him justice?
Yes, The Mandalorian.
I liked him more in The Mandalorian because he still maintained that aura of mystery and badassery that is inherent to make Boba Fett Boba Fett.
They didn't
Once
pull the
I
curtain
actually saw Boba Fett start doing Boba Fett stuff, I came to realize it really ain't shit to be a Boba Fett other than having this cool ass armor.
I mean, not necessarily. Before he had his armor, he was kicking those people's asses with a fucking staff and a rifle.
But
Like they
people-
portrayed him as a person who was ruthless. He was going to kidnap Grogu to get his armor.
Cobb
He was
Vanth-
willing to do what it needed to be done to get his goal met.
and he was a badass in Mandalorian as a whole.
Mhm.
But you look at like Cobb Vanth. Cobb Vanth got his whole personality amped up just by the fact that he had on Mandalorian armor. And then on top of that, it was Boba Fett's armor. So the first time we see Cobb Vanth, we're like, who's this little skinny dude? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay,
In that
can't be-
turtleneck.
But I gotta stop. I have a soft spot for Timothy Oliphant as an actor.
I mean, and perfect casting as far as that goes. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, because like he had the whole long mirror bit going on right there.
yeah,
was loving
I
it.
forgave
But-
a lot because it was him. Had it been someone else,
But no,
I
see,
probably wouldn't have went with it.
I think even more so the fact that it was Timothy Oliphant inside the Boba Fett armor, where you look at him and you know that's not Boba Fett, but he has on Boba Fett armor. It's not even, notice we're not even calling it Mandalorian armor. That's Boba Fett armor.
No, I agree.
That is
Here's-
distinctive, and that it carries its own name. So there were probably people who might have shown up in that town, looked and saw that particular color pattern, and was like, "Nah, dog, we out.
I gotta go.
Nah,
We'll go to the next town."
Not today,
Yeah.
Satan.
Right.
So here's my thing. What the book of Boba Fett was and what it portrayed at the end of Mandalorian when they did a little teaser was basically Boba Fett in Peaky Blinders, some gangster crime drama. And if they would have gone with that arc, he still could have remained mysterious.
Yeah.
It still would have shown him being a badass. Instead, it was like, I spent some time with some tribal people, and now I'm gonna be doing good stuff now. Like, no, motherfucker,
Yeah.
not even like a season ago were you acting this way. They completely
Right.
changed his character, and that was so frustrating for me to be like, this isn't even synonymous of what you just showed him as.
And in theory, the time frame that would have had to have taken place would have been, it would have taken place. So when we saw him in Mandalorian, and he first showed up right after, what's her name? When she got shot and Boba Fett, the first time we showed up,
The assassin.
the assassin. Okay, so the first time we saw Boba Fett and he showed up, he came as a result of Mando leaving the assassin there basically to die. So Boba Fett shows up and he says, okay, like he looks at her, and then we find out later on that that's when Fennec Wynn, not Fennec. Is it Fennec? Somebody check it out for me real quick.
It's Finnick. Yeah, I remember
Okay.
that.
So when he shows up and he actually saves Fennec, we got a glimpse and we kind of thought like, okay, now who is this person? Who is this person in this robe carrying the little stick that he's got and whatnot? So it's obviously he's not a Tusken Raider, but he's got like the Tusken Raider stick. So what's going on with that? And then later on, when it's revealed that that's actually Boba Fett, like, oh my God, there it is, confirmed. Boba Fett's still alive. And here it is. We're going to get the whole story. We're going to find out what's happening. Just like you pointed out, when he was like threatening to kidnap, kill Grogu, do whatever, because all he wanted was his armor. He pulled up, showed that it was his and the whole nine. This is Boba Fett. When he got the armor put on and took out like a whole not a battalion, but like a whole squad of stormtroopers by himself, soloed those bad boys. Like, this is the Boba Fett that we've read about, talked about, and loved for years. He was every bit that dude. Then
They flipped the script.
when does the
They
time?
screwed the pooch.
I'll tell you what flipped it for me. The speeder bike gang that he recruited. Little Vespa speeder bikes that cruise at like 5-10 miles an hour. They're all shiny and chrome. They got
It took you that long.
Let me tell you
Yeah,
something.
I
The
tried
first
to
time
do it
I
very-
saw him, because see, my concern or my question is like, where does so if everything that took place with the Tusken Raiders was in flashback, so that basically means at the end of Mandalorian, now he has his armor back. He's hanging out with Fennec Shad because he saved her life, and they collectively are going back to Tatooine. Now he's going to Tatooine because, of course, he's thinking Jabba might still owe him some money or something like that, because the last job he did was getting Han Solo. He doesn't know that Jabba Hutt's dead and was choked out because he was in the Sarlacc pit and he was there for a while. So he's a little behind on things. I get that. The last thing he knows is Jabba the Hutt was in charge on Tatooine. So he goes to Tatooine to find out what's going on. He gets to Tatooine, sees that there's a whole new power struggle. Other Hutts have come in and stepped in and whatnot. And at that point, like you said, they should have gone the whole Peaky Blinders, and they should have made it a crime gangster drama and showed him taking over. He should have been knocking out bosses left and right. He should have been like murking people. All the whole bit backstory of him being raised by the Tusken Raiders, complete waste of time.
Agreed.
Ultimately, for his story, a complete waste of time, and it ruined that part of it.
You know what needs to happen? We had a segment where we did fan casting for Fantastic Four, and it was amazing.
Yeah, right.
I think we need to
still gotta write
have
that.
We do, and I think what we need to do is we need to have a segment where we rewrite the Book of Boba Fett in a way that would have been great.
Yeah. You know what? We will schedule that with Jeffrey, and we will have to rewrite Book of Boba Fett. I'm 100% on board with that. But see, I think the funny thing is, in comparison to Boba Fett versus Vader, when you pull the covers back, when you pull the curtain back on Boba Fett, you expose him for just being the man behind the curtain.
But it wasn't even exposing. They made him.
They watered him down.
Yeah. They made him less.
They basically said, "Hey, let's take this badass person, but let's make him appropriate for kids." They basically made Deadpool PG. You don't do that.
But here's the funny thing.
That's a good analogy, though.
I don't feel like. I mean, okay, like I agree to the sense that I was the one that just pointed out, like, obviously he was disintegrating people to the point where Vader had to say, "We're talking about Vader."
Yeah.
Younglings Vader had to say,
like,
hey,
don't do this.
No disintegrations. So that's the type of person we're dealing with.
When Vader has to say, "Dude, chill."
Right. That's the bar, and he crossed it. And so it's like, well, that's the line, he crossed it. When you pull the curtain back on somebody like that and you kind of make him PG, we see that you can still be that guy, because Mando is still that guy. Boba Fett could have remained that guy. And when we saw the two of them fighting stormtroopers on whatever planet they were, where Grogu was inside the Force circle, like, you clearly can still be Boba Fett. You still have the ability to stand out and be everything we thought you were. When we see Vader and they pull the curtain back on Vader, no, he really is the wizard. He really is the Wizard of Oz. Like, there is no man behind the curtain. He got the magic. He got the power. This is the Emerald City, and he's that dude that can grant all your wishes. Vader only improved as a result of pulling the curtain back. And I think that's the point Denisha was making. And that's where I actually find even more fault now with Book of Boba Fett, because you can give us additional story with these characters. Even though we know how it ends, you can do it in a way that still enhances the experience. Because that's the thing.
Here's
nobody
the thing.
thought Leia would. Nobody thought Leia was gonna die.
Mm-mm.
Have you watched any Star Wars? Clearly, she's not gonna die. But doesn't mean she won't be a little traumatized for the experience.
Here's what I'll say. I think they did a really great job showing kind of that interval where he wasn't fully the Vader we meet in the original trilogy, but he still wasn't the Vader. Like, he had grown from the Vader of the end of Revenge of the Sith, or whatever the third movie was.
You're right, Revenge of the Sith. And see, and I think, like, since we know that ultimately there's a 20-year time period between Revenge of the Sith and right at the end of Revenge of the Sith, he becomes Vader. And then the next time we see him, he is like commanding the entire empire under Palpatine. You know, he's got Admiral Tarkin, and he's got all these other generals and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? But he'll still. Vader's still quick to choke a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like he still don't care because he's still that dude, and the only person he really answers to is Palpatine. So we don't know how he got to be quite at that point, and everything that has come after has been the stuff that's kind of filled in the blanks, the games, the books, the new TV series. Because even when we watch like what's the animated one, Rebels, you know what I'm saying, we get to see a lot more like hardcore Vader there. And I really need my man to get like some armor on his left side because everybody keeps hitting the left side of his helmet. Like he clearly can. Like somebody's just gonna point out, like, you attack Vader, yeah, attack to his left side. He can't block that apparently because we keep slashing that side of his helmet.
But you also see with his lightsaber, like in Revenge of the Sith, he was a master combatant. Like you see him flipping around, he's doing all his moves. In his body, you see him still trying to get used to that. So he's relying on the Force, which, by the way, when he's fighting Reva, just using the Force, like holy fucking shit, that was badass. But then two, it's very much power play. Like it's very much large swings. It's very, very much the whole point is to overpower instead of to outperform.
I kind of agree with that because, like, when I watched the Reva duel, and he didn't even draw his own weapon. He literally was like, "Oh, I'm gonna pull this starship out of the sky. Oh,
As
you're
if
gonna
to
attack
say
me?
she
I'm gonna
wasn't
turn around and be
worthy.
like, no, I ain't got time for you. I don't even have. You're such a small threat. I don't even have to pull my lightsaber out.
I knew you were who you were all along, and it wasn't ever a threat."
Right. He's got plans within plans within plans. Like, I don't know if he's using the Force to see the future or if he's just that relying into it at that point in his journey to become. I mean, I think that's part of what having Hayden Christensen return showed me, that there's still that little bit of part of Vader that is Anakin. He might deny it. He might say, "I killed Anakin. I did this." But having the original actor in there was meta enough to be like, you know what? You might deny it by yourself, but we can see there's still that part of you that is Anakin. That later on in the episode 6, Luke can appeal to that and be like, "Help me." If there had been a different actor doing that, I feel like it kind of would have taken me out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they definitely would have had to like keep the helmet on and that kind of thing, and they couldn't have done the well, they could have, because it would have been enough covered up that it would have had the same effect as it had on Rebels, where he had half the helmet destroyed when he was fighting Ahsoka. And I think it's moments like that where we kind of look and we see that on the one hand, I feel like he could have taken out Obi-Wan very quickly, but of course, that anger and that rage that stays within him, he was his own downfall. But with it being Hayden Christensen and being able to return and see him and see his eye, one, I thought it was a very powerful line to kind of forgive Obi-Wan of the guilt of letting him down by saying, "You didn't kill him, I did." That explains now when he has a conversation with Luke for the first time and he's like, "Well, Darth Vader killed your father." Okay, I see what you did there.
You weren't really lying, but yeah.
Right, like, you know what? You took his own words. But it's also one of those things where it's like, if you really want to, like, and this kind of came to me just as we're having this discussion, so I'm gonna stumble through this thought. But like, Jeff, when you pointed out that there was that little bit of Anakin that resided within Darth Vader the entire time, the fact that he remembered or knew that Reva was the youngling indicates he never really let go of what he did.
Mm-hmm.
That he was consciously aware of the choices he made, and in his mind, the sacrifices he made to do what needed to be done. And it's almost like maybe he just thought he was too far gone to be redeemed.
Well, it's also very interesting that he wanted to kill Kenobi. He absolutely wanted that revenge.
Because he would have felt that it made him right. Like his decisions, his choices, all the things he had done were the right ones for him.
But
if he could just kill Kenobi,
I feel like it's
worth
the sand people all over.
He
doesn't care.
Let's look at the psychology about it. He's wanting to kill Kenobi. Why? Because Kenobi was his master, was the person who trained him. And he's trying to prove that by going to the dark side, he became stronger. He made these decisions because he wanted to be strong enough to protect Padme, which, of course, we saw how that worked out.
Right.
But he needed to be able to prove to himself that, no, you don't get the credit of me being Vader. I did this. I am strong because of me. You had nothing to do with this. I killed Anakin. Like, that's why when he sees Kenobi finally using the Force, he goes, I see your strength has returned, but you still have all your weakness. He is trying to present himself as stronger than Kenobi, and he has to prove that to himself, because otherwise it makes no sense for him to join the dark side. It failed. His goal of gaining more power still wasn't enough. And here's this guy who was a slave on Tatooine. So having power was the only way to get out of that slavery. And he's still a slave to Palpatine. So the only way he can see himself getting out of that, because we know he plots his demise with Luke. We can kill Palpatine. He wants that done because he is trying so hard to prove that he is powerful enough not to be a slave again.
Join me, and together we can rule the galaxy as father and son. Yeah.
Now I feel like we talked about Vader. Let's talk about Reva. I
would love to, but I'm going to go ahead and hop off of here, guys. You guys have a good night.
All right, Jeff. Peace out, my friend.
All right.
Also, real quick before we jump into the next part of the Star Wars, I'm fighting the last boss of this like bunch of raids, and this guy looked like a fuckboy and a half. It's great.
Ooh.
So he just morphed into a chick. So there's that too.
So it's a fuck chick and a half.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
All right.
With that, I'm
not
also going to go. I need to go let my dog out. Stop it.
Also, I believe David
Denisha, it was great to see you.
It was good to see you.
Bye.
Bye.
Denisha, it was a pleasure to see you. Oh, look at the puppy.
Oh, the puppers.
I have a 4th of July outfit on.
Is that Benny?
I thought you were dressing her up as Stargirl.
So how does, you know what?
USA and everything.
Like,
wow.
how does that work with
cross-state
custodial weekend visits and stuff?
Oh, we're going to meet halfway and yeah. We're very serious about it.
Apparently.
He's talking about, so me and my ex-husband like share the custody of the dog. So
that's dedication.
We have 3 dogs together. So he has 2 and then I have the 1 and then yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I'll take care of the little princess.
I mean, I get it, but like you could put kids on a plane.
Shit.
I would feel some kind of way if I can't put my dog on a plane and be like, all right, now when you get there, you know what I'm saying? You got to
pin a $20 bill to its collar.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, here's a note on the collar. Okay. Denisha, it's a pleasure. We will be in touch. I will get
you the schedule. I'm gonna
and Blacklight.
If Blacklight, I wrote it down.
If you need me to send you credits to watch the movie, let me know. No excuse.
I would make you do that for that, but it was good to see everybody.
Good to be seen.
All right.
Join us again every Wednesday at 9:05.
Yes. Good night, y'all.
See you. Bye.
And so before we once again get lost in more Star Wars talk, I believe David had a couple things he wanted to talk about once we transition away from Star Wars. Shit, I fell off the edge.
Do you respawn?
I'm dead on the platform, but I can be revived.
So you can no longer be a part of that raid.
No, I can. They're reviving me now. So
Okay.
yeah, there are some of these like boss fights where if you fall off, that's it. Too bad, so sad. This is not one of them, thankfully.
Okay, good. As long as somebody can bring you back.
Yes.
David, go ahead.
Back currently.
Say, because I'm fixing to jump off here too. I'm getting tired already. Sam, at some point, send me the gag logo because I'm gonna make something, and I'm putting that on it.
How would you like to receive that, sir?
Something that I will be able to print.
Email?
Yeah, email's
Okay.
fine.
I just like
Email, text, whatever.
I will send you an email as it will be a PNG file, and that'll have the highest quality vector image available to you. Yeah, consider that done. Okay. Cool.
All right, David.
Hmm?
I said it was a pleasure, my friend.
Yes. Sorry I couldn't stay longer with you, Todd, but late. I'm tired and I'm old.
Fair enough.
We'll get the schedule worked out.
Hey, dude, this 5 a.m. crap is still messing me up, but
Oh my God, we're all gonna die.
Sorry, David, we're all gonna die.
See y'all.
Bye.
I can't remember my password.
And then there was just one token white guy.
Is it Superman R to greatest? Password?
No, and the funny part is I feel like I should have this written down somewhere. But who writes down passwords?
Right. All right. So has everyone caught up on Kenobi?
David and I have not watched any Star Wars stuff. That's why we've mostly been quiet this whole time for the last like hour and a half, 2 hours. Aside from me interjecting with my Final Fantasy nonsense from time to time.
So then, is this a request that we should not talk? I mean, we've kind of already talked about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I said we're gonna watch it like when we were gonna watch it when we're gonna watch it. So it doesn't really
Eventually.
matter to us. Yeah.
But
So-
like, yeah.
Sam, have you finished watching Kenobi?
Yes.
Okay. So I liked Reva. I really liked how they were presenting her.
I'm dead.
But I struggled with that season finale. Like up to that Vader fight with Vader, I was all on board, and then that last part, I don't know, that kind of lost me. Where it's like either A, she couldn't commit, even though she's done all these terrible things, and she's wanting revenge so bad, but she can't kill Luke because, of course, he's Luke. So it's like, I don't know.
So
It's done. It's done. It's beat.
Woo!
y'all won the raid?
It's yes. This is the last
Yeah,
one
yeah.
I think of this like set.
Very
And there
cool.
is a minion. I'm gonna try and get it.
Congrats. So with Reva, like I said, I think okay. So first off, I had a little bit of a challenge getting into the series as a whole, simply because I felt like we were
Getting two stories in
shoehorned
one.
in. Well, a little bit that, but it was also shoehorned from the beginning. I knew that there was only so much free range they had to do things because
Fuck, I did not get the minion.
certain things were not going to be available, certain things had to happen, etc. As I mentioned earlier, there was no real threat of danger to Leia. So every time I saw her running off being Leia, I wasn't really worried. The only thing that came good from that was having an opportunity to see the positive way that they
Grow into their character.
right, that they showed me how she was saved. She falls off the building, and we don't know that Kenobi really has attached to his force powers because he's had opportunities to do force things and he hasn't done them. So now we're not sure if he still has that ability or not. And then we finally see, like, last second he catches her, and it's like, okay, cool, he does still have the force.
Speaking of that, That did not bother me. What bothered me is that he literally was hiding his force, like hiding from the force, because he didn't want the others to find him. And yet, when he did, there was no consequence. No, I was like, oh, I found Kenobi. Like there was no like, I feel him. It was like his worry, his fear, his concern wasn't actualized.
But I think that came more from 10 years of habit and less about a direct threat. And some of that is kind of it's a little nuanced. It's something that, they could have had maybe a better roundtable about to explain how that part works. But I'm not too broken up about that. What bothered me the most in regards to that sort of thing was, as it's been, I've mentioned this before when I talk about Rogue One. When you tell a story that has to take place between this point and this point, there's only so much you can do. I don't feel like we needed anything that had anything to do with Luke because we know how that story is going to end. So when I saw Reva chasing Luke, as you mentioned, I was less concerned about Luke's safety and more concerned with why she was chasing Luke. And I needed to kind of like have a better understanding of like, what were you hoping to accomplish? What was it supposed to accomplish? What are we doing?
Because it's basically making her seem like she made the reference of, oh, hey, we're trying to hide this kid from Vader. Well, I'm going to kill that kid. How do you know that's Vader's kid? What other purpose do you have to kill this kid? There was no reason. And then, even though they've built her to be like, I've sacrificed so much to have my revenge, suddenly she now has a good heart. They basically Boba Fetted her at the very end.
But I think they showed more glimpses of they showed more redeemable quality in her from the beginning. I think early on, at the very least, the first time we kind of put together that she is the youngling and she and Kenobi are having the conversation, at that moment when he says, you're hunting him, like at that moment, it kind of like 180'd her entire story. So when you look at it from that perspective, then you kind of look and you say like, okay, she's done what she had to do only for because she absolutely could have killed Kenobi prior to that. When he was in his disconnected state and in his weakened form, so to speak, she was a much better force user, saber user, and everything at the time because he was kind of out of practice and wasn't really, he wasn't
If the
feeling
Grand Inquisitor hadn't gotten her way, he would have been in huge trouble.
Right. And given that she was able to, we'll say, sneak the Grand Inquisitor the way she was, like she was an opportunist. And if she wanted to kill Kenobi, she could have taken that opportunity. Ultimately, her whole plan was to use Kenobi to get to Vader. That was the plot. That was the plan. That was what she went for. Much like you said, it didn't make sense. There was no context. At no point did Bail Organa express who the kid on Tatooine was.
Right.
Furthermore, why would she have put together that Lars had the kid? And what importance would that kid have had other than, because she already had captured Leia at some point. They don't make mention that that's the same, but she knew that Leia was important to Kenobi, important enough that if we kidnap that person, this will bring Kenobi out. How she got that information beats me.
But here's the thing. Like, if her goal was never to attack Kenobi, like, how does she find out that Luke was Vader's son? She didn't. So what would have made it better is if she would have gone there to Tatooine. She figured out that it was the Lars kid. but she goes there, is like, who are you? Why are you hiding him from Vader? And it was more so like she is trying to figure out. And then when she finds out that this is actually Vader's son, then she understands. Then she's like, I can't do this. They're trying to protect him from Vader. And maybe that could be her change of heart, is they are trying to protect him like I wish I would have been protected.
Even if she had done like a momentary mind read or something like that, if she had like cornered Lars and read his head, read his mind to figure all that out. I definitely like that angle a lot more than her having this idea that she was going to go and kill this kid that Bail Organa has said that we're trying to save. After you've already had Leia kidnapped for this entire time for the sole purpose of drawing out Kenobi, using Kenobi as bait to draw out Vader, like it was a lot of unnecessary bait and switch that didn't pan out. When she finally gets the opportunity to attack Vader, he's prepared for it, knows exactly who she is, laughs it off, and doesn't even waste time pulling out his saber to fight her off. The Grand Inquisitor comes back, makes his reappearance, and you're like, oh, dang, because I thought you was dead, only to find out that he's not really dead, because obviously the motivation to get revenge keeps someone alive. So much like Denise would point out, as soon as I heard that line, I was like, okay, well, good. She won't die right here. But when we get to the
Grand Inquisitor is still alive in Rebels, or he gets killed in Rebels, so we know he was going to survive anyway.
Right. And seeing there again, that's one of those times where it's like the impact isn't quite there. So when I saw it and I was like having a moment where I was trying to like do the timeline in my head again. Because I was like, wait, how does you can't, okay. No, okay, he's not dead. I saw him down screen, but he's not dead. So we'll figure that out in a minute. And then, of course, when we see him come back, it's just like, oh, okay, so a lightsaber to the stomach doesn't kill you. Cool. Thought it did, but my bad. Guess I don't understand lightsabers.
Well, the whole thing about that is that it is basically a beam of plasma, which cauterizes the wound as soon as you stick it in. So, of course, it's not going to kill you. It's just going to hurt a fucking ton.
But I've always felt like
if you would cut through, like if you would actually cut through.
Well, if you go center and out, then of course everything is left open and you have exposure, and that's totally different. But if you just like do the whole stabbing motion and stop, because I kind of think back to some other people, Qui-Gon Jinn loved it. You know what I'm saying? Like his death was a stabbing motion. It wasn't like, stab, sweep, spin around, no decapitation, no half kind of thing. So again, just the engineering of lightsabers and the way that plasma blade works still kind of lost on me. And she showed enough. Reva as a character was a good introduction. I like the representation aspect of it. I actually like the character herself. I was okay with her redemption model. What I was not okay with was, I won't even say her sudden shift, because I like that she was ultimately confused and conflicted. I'm with you in that I needed a better reason for her not to. I needed a better reason for her not to kill the kid, other than I can't be like him.
Yeah.
Because you've already done some things
Yeah.
that put you on par. Maybe you didn't go in and take out a room full of younglings, but it was like looking at that youngling and, you know what I'm saying, she was having those simultaneous flashbacks, and you see that she's like recognizing she is now literally doing the exact same thing that brought her to this point, literally doing the exact same thing. So I get from a narrative standpoint why that's the moment that you use to transition her. But I think it might have had a little bit more impact if she did know who that was and why he's important and what that means. And maybe she's somebody that Obi-Wan could call on in the future when something comes up and we need help, because there is 10 more years that we got to cover. And at some point, old Ben isn't going to be just some random dude. He's going to be that guy that lives out there in the caves, old Ben. He goes from being this weird dude that I met when I was 10 and gave me a ship to being, I wonder if he's talking about old Ben, the old hermit that lives out in the, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
so he obviously doesn't have to stay away quite the same, but he doesn't want to be too close.
Yeah.
Reva doesn't know that that's Vader's son. She just knows that something about this boy is important to Vader. But since Vader technically doesn't know that
But
boy
she
exists,
still doesn't know that. She only knows that he's important to Kenobi.
but
She never found out.
But there again, it was at that point, it was no longer about hurting Kenobi. It was still about trying to get back at Vader. And the fact that Bail Organa says that this is, Vader still doesn't know about him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that she put together that that's his son. I don't think that was it. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody really knows about Padme. There's only a handful of people that even know they were married, and that, nobody knows about the kids except like 3 people. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure the service droids that delivered them got wiped and they were destroyed. I think we actually joked about that one time before. What happened to the delivery droids? They know. But given that ultimately Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Padme are the only ones that know about the birth of the twins. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, and Bail Organa.
And Bail Organa. And Bail Organa, because he adopts one, he takes
he was
Leia.
there too.
Right. Well, I mean, he takes Leia, and Obi-Wan's like, I'll take care of the boy. So they know brother and sister. You know what I'm saying? They know that they were born at the same time. Eventually, Yoda dies off. I'm guessing at some point, Bail Organa dies off. You know what I'm saying? At this point, Leia's a whole princess and she's a senator in the whole bit. So it's like nobody told her. Luke has been growing up with Lars and Beru. Shout out to Beru because she was with the shits.
Yeah, she
Quick.
was being badass.
So shout out to her.
We've been prepared for this.
Right, like she was, and and I was kind of looking at Lars like, bro, come on, your girl punked you. Like, but he obviously wanted nothing to do with any of that type of stuff, and she was like, well, we knew it was going to happen eventually. Grab the glizzy, let's go to work. And so it's just like, I don't think they went full Boba Fett with Reva, but they kind of went Game of Thrones. Like, they had the opportunity to close that finale out a lot stronger than they did. And when you watch it, you're like, okay, I get why you did that, because it is kind of unpredictable and nobody really saw that coming. But was that really the best choice for the character? Was that really the best choice for the story? Ultimately, it doesn't mess up anything canonically. It doesn't throw off the sacred timeline, for lack of a better phrase. So it's good to let it be the way it is. But we've also seen that you can do, and again, we'll use Rogue One as the, as the pinnacle gold standard. Rogue One shows us that you can do something in a canonical timeline without affecting the outcome of the timeline, especially if all you're supposed to be doing is showing us how we got from A to Z.
Right.
If this is letters MNOP, that's all you got to be. Just be MNOP. Do that successfully and keep it moving, because that's what Mando did. That's what Mando's doing. They're not trying to, they can introduce a couple new characters here and there, but these are not characters that are going to have a major impact on the overall story that is Star Wars. These are character players. These are, here for now and gone later. And that's that. Ultimately, as a whole, Kenobi, it stays at a C+. I can't go above that. That finale, I'm going to give the fight scene alone a B+. And I will give episode 6 as a whole a B-. Dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's, and you had me plenty of times going, ooh, You know what I'm saying? And so it's like I was just watching them hit every checkbox in that last episode.
Well, let me ask you this: why did you feel that last fight scene with Vader and Kenobi was just a B plus? Which I shouldn't say just, because it's still a very high score. I'm just curious, what would you have needed to be different for it to be higher, or is it was it doomed from the start because it was like, well, I already know Vader's not going to win? Like,
well, it wasn't even so much that Vader wasn't going to win. I actually needed Vader to kind of lose. And when I say kind of lose, is like anytime you have that fight scene between two characters where character A is winning and character B recognizes that they're losing, and so they start yelling out, well, just go ahead and unalive me. End it now. Do it. Do it. Ugh. The most powerful thing you can do is not do that. Let them live with that defeat kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
okay.
And so going into this battle, they did a really good job of drawing me into this fight. And then when they hit that moment, snap back to reality. Well, obviously he's not going to die here. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you're leaving him to die on this planet. And so it's like when we get around, so just keeping in context the end of that fight scene and then knowing the next time they're going to see each other is on the Death Star. You know that Vader still exists. You know that Vader's still around.
I'm following what you're saying. I am confused at what point you're trying to make.
So what kept that battle from being an A+ battle? When we got to Revenge of the Sith and Obi-Wan says, I'll do what I must. And they both pull out lightsabers and they go at it and they're going back and forth. And the battle is going left and right and left and right. And nobody really has the upper hand. And then we finally get to that last moment where it's over, Anakin. I have the high ground.
You underestimate my power.
You know what I'm saying? And then he comes over. You were supposed to destroy the Sith, that joint. You know what I'm saying? Like everything that happened in that was unexpected. One, it was brand new, but every time you watch it, it still carries the weight of that scene. And it still leads up to this moment where even though you know it's coming because you've watched it before, and we know that ultimately, even in Revenge of the Sith, we knew that Vader was going to exist in episode 4.
You're right.
So we weren't really worried about him dying. We knew that this is what makes him Vader. So we have to have that. This is his origin story moment. We have to have that. But watching that and seeing everything that took place built up to become something serious. Watching this fight where Darth Vader had his ass completely handed to him after they've done such a great job of establishing what a badass he is and how great he is and how he's, all powerful. He literally beat Reva without even trying as an afterthought. And Obi-Wan didn't goad him. He wasn't talking shit the whole fight. You know what I'm saying? Didn't trick him into losing. Just flat out whooped his ass. And then the next time we see them fight, Vader comes in, whips out his lightsaber, and he's like, all right, old man, let's do this. Bruh, no. You know how this is going to end. And that one time you finally get the best of him. But by now, he's already discovered how to become one with the Force and tells you straight out, if you strike me now, I'll become more powerful than you could ever imagine. Knowing that everything that happens in this show is supposed to be a payoff on something that comes later, that fight didn't hold the weight that it needed to hold, especially when we get to the end. And like I needed Obi-Wan to come in with the killing blow and Vader like force sand in his eye. You know what I'm saying? And run away. That's what I needed. The fact that he beat him so clearly and then just left him. While it's not in Obi-Wan's nature to just be murderous like that, and I get that part, but it wasn't like he didn't say, "It's over, Anakin, you're defeated." He's just like, "Oh, goodbye, Vader." Like, bruh.
I pulled something different from it. So
you're gonna let him continue terrorizing the Empire? Like, you're gonna let him keep running the Empire? This is your creation. This is your fault. You did this. And granted, he gave you the pass and said, "You're not to blame. I killed Anakin." Okay, then you need to take out the person. You need to avenge your friend. You need to go there with it.
Here's what I took from it. This was very much a philosophical and psychological journey for Kenobi. And here he is, ridden with guilt of having failed his mentor, his brother. And you had Anakin, who was dealing with fear and turned to the dark side for power because he wanted that power to protect. And Kenobi saw Anakin as a failure on his part.
Right.
Anakin saw Kenobi as part of the society that's being a problem.
Okay.
So it's like, why can't you see I'm doing this to protect? Why can't you see that you're wrong? I see something that you don't. And so when Anakin becomes Vader, I mean, Kenobi just found out he survived.
Right.
So now he's like, not only did I not finish him off, he's still around and he's now like this super powerful Sith. So he's dealing with that guilt on so many different levels. And so when he gets to that final battle where he's like, I finally have to do this, and he finally is able to overpower him, and then Anakin's like, you didn't fail me. I killed Anakin. It's basically, to Kenobi, it's like, so this entire time I've been torturing myself when this is all your fault and not mine. Like it was very much of, well, if I've already lost my friend, there's no reason to try and save you. But there's also no reason for me to be in this fight anymore. Because he doesn't go and join the resistance. He goes back to protecting Luke. He's not trying to get back in the fight. He was trying to face his friend, who apparently no longer exists because he died.
Right.
And now he has a responsibility to go take care of Luke. And it's like, well, Vader now knows I can still kick his ass. So, yes, it's not part of his nature to just straight up kill. But also, he had no reason to any longer because this was no longer his failure to clean up. If Anakin did this to himself, Kenobi's not at fault, and Kenobi doesn't have to make reparations for it.
Right. I mean, at this point, I can certainly concede that he's no longer part of the Jedi Order, so he doesn't have to uphold the rules, standards, and laws of the Jedi Order. This is a very personal battle for the both of them. You know what I'm saying? And that's why it's like it's very like straight up mano a mano, you and me. This is Rocky and Apollo in the private rink. No one else knows this fight takes place. You know what I'm saying? And I get that part of it. And when Obi-Wan pulled out all the stops, like I've never seen Obi-Wan in a better moment.
Oh yeah, that was glorious.
You know what I'm saying? And that's how it made it to a B+. I have never seen Obi-Wan any better. And anybody tell you, Obi-Wan is probably my favorite Jedi. Mace Windu has a special spot, but Samuel L. Jackson, purple lightsaber, come on.
Yeah.
But Obi-Wan is without a doubt probably my favorite Jedi because I think he qualifies in the same Superman, Captain America. He's the pinnacle good character. You know what I'm saying? Right down to him not killing Vader when he has the opportunity, not once, but twice. You know what I'm saying? And it's one of those things. It's like, well, I don't have to kill you, but I don't have to save you either.
Right.
And he really thought Anakin was dead on Mustafar the first time. So, like I said, when he finds out he's still alive, yes, part of him is like, maybe let me go back out, talk to him, reach out to him. Maybe I can bring him back from the dark side. He has the conversation. See that that's not going to be the case. Okay, cool. Well, you've made your decision. If I can't save you, then there's no point in me fighting to save you any longer. You want to do this? Let's do this. You know what I'm saying? And he goes all in and literally beat the brakes off Anakin, who like just suddenly became a chump out of nowhere.
Well,
so okay.
So that conversation of, well, there's no reason for me to save you or fight to save you, that happened at the end of the battle. The battle was done. Vader had half his face off. You had like he keeps having trouble breathing, and I'll concede, like, it was Vader came in hot and then didn't keep up when Kenobi struck back.
Well, see, when Vader actually thought he won, and we get to see that moment where Obi-Wan, he falls into the pit, and then Darth is just like, throwing rocks on top of him, pulling down the whole pillars and that kind of thing, just knocking everything on him. And we see Obi-Wan does this bit, and we see that his strength, his connection to the Force is like fully realized in that moment, and he's able to like hold everything off, and then he does a Force jump, he comes right back up, and then boom, he gets right into the battle again. And you see that moment where he senses a disturbance in the Force, and he turns around just in time to see Obi-Wan is back on the attack. Okay, cool. They get back into it. Obi-Wan says, like, you know what, in his mind, I mean, you can kind of see it, like, he's like, okay, this has to end. He starts going in, boom, 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 does like
he not changes quite the his high ground style. I
was about to say, not quite the high ground, but he goes and he starts attacking differently. And once he goes, it's no longer his defensive style. He's on an aggressive attacking style. And once he does that, it's like, boom, Force push, boom, Force rock, boom, attack. And he's like unrelenting, the same type of style that Anakin was using this whole time. And we come to find out that he's pretty badass Jedi, and he's actually that good. And so he gets the upper hand. He, finally gets the strike, boom, destroys the breathing apparatus, destroys half the helmet, and he's standing there and he's like taking a moment to catch his breath, and Vader's down on one knee, sabers, it's done. It's done. He's out. That's when he goes to the whole moment, like, just do it. You know what I'm saying? Because ultimately he's still suffering. That's that little bit of Anakin that's in there and, would be relieved to be done with all of this. You know what I'm saying? And
he wouldn't have to try and keep getting stronger.
Right. And so we get to that, and it's like the fact that they go through and they do a very cliche moment, knowing that we're going to have the fight in episode 4. The viewer knows that they're going to fight again in episode 4. For him to leave Vader right there in this same state, you beat this man's ass so bad that he did not pursue you for the next 10 years. All he's done for the last 10 years is try to hunt you down. He left you alone for the next 10 years because even Palpatine was like, this thing with Kenobi, I'm going to need you to focus.
Well, so granted, this wasn't a case of Thanos and Hulk, where Hulk was like, I ain't going out to fight Thanos. This was very much, he wanted to go back in, and Palpatine was like, nah, brah. You are acting like Anakin, and I need you to be Vader. Need you to pull it together and focus. So I see that a little differently That wasn't like, well, I just got to leave him alone because he kicked my ass. He wanted to go back in. He was like, no, he just got lucky. Anakin's cocky. Vader's cocky. But Palpatine was like, no. You're allowing your emotions sway you. And that's just going to make you weaker. And that's why Vader's like, for the sake of strength, fine, I'll focus.
I don't know. I think knowing that they fight again, and granted,
I can see your point now. Like
I've had the same issues even watching the saber battles in episodes 1, 2, and 3 versus what we got in 4, 5, and 6. I mean, it was a different time. Choreography was different. I mean, you can't really make that comparison there. And I try to like step away from that from a cinematography standpoint. But the weight of their reunion in episode 4,
mm-hmm.
Nah. I needed them to like end on different terms if that's how they're going to meet the next time they meet. You can't literally have this man begging to end this once and for all. You take the high ground and be like, that's not in my nature. Have a good life. I'm out. And then the next time they meet each other, be super casual. Like, the last time we fought, you got the best of me, but this time will be different. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, bruh. Nah. Now, if you wanted to, and this is again just a moment of rewriting, if you wanted to actually have him reach Anakin once that helmet is destroyed, take the grief off of Obi-Wan and express to him that you're not to blame, I am. Have him, you know what I'm saying? Like they're having a conversation. They're actually talking. Maybe they're even arguing a little bit, but they come to a realization that Anakin did what he had to do. Anakin had to do what was best. Anakin had this the only reason he did this was to save Padme. And you know what I'm saying? Because he doesn't know about the kids. So all he wanted to do was save Padme. And then Obi-Wan is like, you know what I'm saying? He was like, you left her on Mustafar to die. And you know what I'm saying? Blah, 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 blah. Like, she was about to have my child and da, da, da. Ooh.
About that.
And then have some rocks fall and separate them. Now, if you want to break away for 10 years and not talk to each other, cool. That makes a little bit more sense.
Okay.
You can't have that epic battle, walk away from this man after you clearly had the victory on him, and then he just chill for the next 10 years like it ain't a big deal.
Okay.
Nah. Now the fight itself, A+, no question. Falls
But the ending
right up
is
under,
what brought it down.
Falls right up under Revenge of the Sith. But
well, I know you guys got some more stuff to talk about, but I gotta hit the bed because I gotta wake up early. But I missed you guys. I had to hop on for a bit.
Cool.
Man.
Missed having you on.
Yes, sir.
So if you don't have any more tastings next week,
It was finished bourbon, so it's like this bourbon's was finished aging in a Chardonnay barrel, or these bourbons have had like a spiral of French oak or American oak in it. It was tasty.
I think the last thing I tried that was different was a Merlot that had aged in a bourbon barrel.
I do like those. My favorite finished bourbon or finished whiskey, it was a French single malt that was finished aging in a cognac barrel.
Ooh.
Son.
I'm gonna need you to send me the name of that one.
Done. But you guys have fun. I will try and be back next week. I don't think I have anything going on, but I miss you guys.
I may actually be off next Wednesday. I think I'm done with the 6 days for a moment. We're gonna knock on that because I don't want to do a 6 day. Need some sleep. But yeah, if you haven't started, check out Spy Family, because
I do need to. Yes,
that's what we're going to be talking about next. Spy Family, and also I would send you down the path of Ruby, but but I don't know
I've
what
started.
your time is like.
I've started Ruby. I think I've only gotten to like a season or two though, so I need to catch up.
Yeah, because there's a lot of goodness in Ruby. And I have questions and concerns about Ice Queendom, and I have the man Heroic Hat here, and we're gonna dissect.
David, what's that shirt you're wearing right now?
Oh, you mean my Team Juniper shirt? My Team Juniper shirt right
Not
here?
Team Juniper.
Yeah.
Not Ray, Nora, Jean, and Pyrrha. What?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's
So we're about to hop into that. You know
The
what? I
good
think we'll hop
stuff.
into Ruby first because Penguin Party was what? Okay.
All right. Well, I'll see you guys soon. I love you guys.
All right,
See
man.
you,
Have a
man.
good night. We'll catch you later.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, so let's just jump into it. You said you got some concerns, some questions. What's going on? Talk to me. Talk to me.
Very first. Okay, so we're going to talk about Ruby first because
All right.
I was trying to figure this thing out. So
Okay.
I turned it on, and first off, like, okay, this is an official anime.
Yes.
So this
Yes,
is
yes,
not
yes.
one of the anime-inspired animated
No.
series.
Nope.
This
Nope.
is
Nope.
official.
So
anime.
this is not a Teen Titans or an Avatar.
Oh, hush.
They had the
She just
anime.
loved
only.
No, this was done by Studio Shaft, I think.
Okay.
I'm gonna look this up real quick. Hold on.
Shaft.
Oh, hush.
Giggity.
Yeah, Studio Shaft. So if you are familiar with any of the Monogatari series or Nisekoi or Madoka Magica, anything like that, and you've seen that Ice Queendom looks a little familiar, that's why. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is very important that like the look right off the bat was like, okay, this is different, and I was really trying to figure out like what was what, and like what is it that I'm watching here. It opened up very, very familiar,
Yeah.
but still different.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell that this was not like, I struggled with it at first because I was thinking to myself, like, they did not just trick me into watching an anime version of Ruby. And I was about to be upset.
Well, see, here's the thing about that. That like if it was going to be just that would have been a blessing and a curse for Ruby itself, because longtime Ruby fans are going to either be hot or cold on the new art style, because we have adjusted to Blender and all this stuff. Everything that Ruby has been animated up to this point, we're just used to that, and we don't, a lot of us don't want to let that go because that's just what we're used to, and we like that art style. However,
you still had to make it through seasons 1 through 3 of original Ruby, so anything was going to be cool, especially if it looks like this looks.
Yeah. So here's the thing about that. If it was just Ruby and if it was just Ruby again and it was just animated in this style, that brings in a whole slew of new viewers, because Linda and I was actually talking about this earlier. If it was animated like this, she would have gave it a chance. She would have gave it more of a chance.
Well, I don't like the voice acting still, so probably not too much of a chance.
Well, it's in Japanese, so it's different voice
That's
actors.
a little more tolerable, but then I prefer English.
I still think you're being a little
English
harsh
voices,
on it, but that's preference. I'm not going to really do much on it.
But because I do like two things at once. I have to watch something and be able to listen to it, and also do something else as well. Otherwise, I can't focus.
That's subjective and all this stuff, as far as like the voice acting goes. But and like as a longtime Ruby fan, I will be the first one to say that early Ruby animation is very jarring. It can be very jarring. So if
Like,
somebody
we almost
wants to
didn't
get
get through
into
that.
Ruby, and if it would have just been this as far as Ruby goes, that would have been fine. because people who already watch Ruby are just going to watch the way they're going to be watching it the way they've been watching it, which is 3D animated. But then you got new people that want to watch the anime version, and that's fine too. But there's a whole different thing going on here in Ice Queendom. And
even from the story standpoint, I liked I won't say the proper introduction, but I liked a different introduction to some of the characters.
Mm-hmm.
The way they brought them in, brought everyone together, introduced everybody. It's almost like, I'm curious how many episodes this is going to run for, because
this I don't know if they're going to do another season after this, but there is a confirmed 12 episodes.
12 episodes.
Yes.
You know what it feels like they're going to do? This is going to be almost and I don't want to trivialize this for anybody. I don't want to make this sound like I'm being facetious here, but I feel like this is going to be a good team 4-star of Ruby. They're going to get right in, get to the point, show us just the good parts, and like steamroll this story to conclusion.
So yes, initially I was in the same mindset until like the end of episode 1, when they started showing off the new character Shion.
Yeah.
Because Shion's appearance alone drastically changes the story. And then it goes even further into like episode 2 and 3, where you see more Shion, and especially in episode 3. Oh my god, yeah. Which also solidifies the absolute fact that Jean cannot catch a fucking break. God damn it.
I hurt
Leave my son alone. God damn it. Let Jean be happy.
Nah, it's not meant for him to be happy.
God damn it, man.
He's a shield and nothing more.
God, but that's my groaning aside for how they keep treating this boy. Yeah, so I guess I could talk about it now. So Shion is a hunter. So Shion's non-binary, and it's kind of this one kind of confuses me a lot, because I'm not entirely sure if I should call them a huntress or a huntsman. I'm not entirely sure, but
we're choosing, for the purposes of this conversation, we will use the term huntress.
We'll do huntress, sure. So Shion is a specific
huntrin.
Sure.
Huntrin.
So Shion's deal is that they don't specifically, they don't just hunt and kill Grimm like in general. They hunt a specific type of Grimm, which can invade somebody's mind and dreams and possess them that way.
Right.
From what I can tell. And Shion's weapon is cool. It's like, what is it? Like what are those things called?
I thought it was a Dreamweaver.
Dreamcatcher. There it is.
Dreamcatcher.
Dreamcatcher, yes. So yeah, so Shion has a Dreamcatcher, and their semblance lets people enter other people's dreams, which is really cool. This is a more direct use of a semblance, like one of the more direct uses of a semblance that I've seen so far in this series. And it's a very interesting way to introduce a semblance like that, especially knowing that you'll have to like essentially shove like physical beings into a dreamscape, which I'm not sure how to feel about that, but it's still cool. I still enjoy it.
All right.
But from what I've been seeing, like with people watching the first 3 episodes, which is on Rooster Teeth's YouTube channel right now, if you're curious or you haven't watched it yet. I don't like the way that they're pacing the first and second volumes up until this point is very very odd. It's not bad, but I think it's going to be one of those things where they're just like, okay, this is the world building, but here's the new shit. And then we're going to do a tiny bit more world building, and then here's some more new shit. But then you also have to take into consideration the name of the show, which is Ice Queendom. So it would lead one to believe that this is going to center a lot around Weiss, and the end of the third episode kind of confirms that, because it's only episode 3. We don't know how much more it's going to get into that.
So
Definitely go ahead.
Every time you say Ice Queendom, it sounds like you're trying to say Ice Creamdom, but with an Ulu voice.
Oh gosh.
Ice Queendom. Yeah. Dave, you want some ice cream?
That's actually kind of funny. I would definitely say that there is a much stronger focus on Weiss.
Yeah.
At the intro of this series, and they are very clear that that's what they're doing. So I would agree that I would not be surprised at all if that focus continues and they do lean heavily into just things that are Weiss.
Well, there's also the fact, like, and this, it might be me just kind of like reading too much into it, but I think they're going to focus more. I think they're going to give more focus on secondary characters, because there was a lot of Tai Yang Xiaolong in this in the first episode. Like, you don't see a lot of Ruby and Yang's dad at all, but he was there. And especially in scenes where he actually wasn't there, I think that's kind of cool, because now we can actually focus on like some of the cooler characters in the shows, because like, maybe we could see a lot more of Velvet and Team Coffee. We'll see a lot more of we can probably get more details about I forgot his name. Team Cardinal, with Cardin and I forgot the other guys' names. But yeah, no, I think this is a really good opportunity to focus more on some of the secondary characters that didn't really get a lot of shine. Yeah, because you have so many cool characters. Like, I'm gonna bring her up again. Velvet's such a really good character. And I would love to see more of her, and I hope that they kind of take this opportunity to expand on some other characters, or even like get to the character development of like other teams, like Team Juniper, a little bit faster. But that also might present a problem, because like the way that Team Juniper's character development has been playing out so far seems to be on track. So I don't know. It could just be me wanting to see more of Pyrrha before she dies again. So.
Right. Well, I mean, you have things like the fact that they kind of come in and they get right to introducing Sun.
Yeah.
They don't waste time with that. They go, we still have not Granny Goodness, but what's the whole
Granny Goodness
dust Glinda Goodwitch.
Glinda Good. Okay, I was say Granny.
See, I wasn't. I mean, I know I was off, but I was like, I was somewhere in the vicinity. But they still have that. They still have Oz. You know what I'm saying? But it almost seems like, what's the guy with the cane? Normally, that would have been the guy that teams up with Neo.
Roman.
Yeah. So when Roman, after the attack on the dust store, and they rob the dust store, they get all the dust, and he goes to hop on the plane and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? If I remember correctly, in the original series, that was Neapolitan that was flying that ship, right?
No, that was Cinder. That has always been Cinder, yeah.
So that was Cinder. I could not tell or determine that was Cinder this time.
Good.
And so
That's the point, because you weren't supposed to see that it was Cinder like in both versions, because that's something that's supposed to be revealed later.
And so in my
Like
head,
you see that. I'm sorry. I was just gonna kind of point. It's like you see Cinder doing stuff like when Roman takes over the plane in the original, but you
Right.
don't explicitly see her face. You just see that there's a person
see-
using fire.
You see the attacks happen.
Yeah,
Right.
you just see the attacks.
Because and I remember that part because it being Glinda who had to like deflect all those attacks and things like that, and then she like counterattacked at the ship and all that kind of stuff. That was
Yeah.
like a whole big thing.
Yes.
And so for this time, for that not to really happen, of course, like I'm like, okay, so that's not Cinder. Who I guess that, well, maybe they're showing Neo right there. They're bringing Neo in early and that kind of stuff. And so the fact that so many, I almost want to say main characters, but a lot, like you pointed out, a lot of the supporting cast is getting shine early on, as opposed to us having to wait season 3, season 4 before we really deep dive into these characters and see why these characters are so great.
Yeah.
And seeing that, it almost feels like they're just trying to get the necessity out of the way so they can really jump into something totally left over here. And that's why I'm like, okay, so how many episodes is going to be? How many seasons? Because I need to know like how far into the story we're going to get, or because initially when I saw the name Ice Queendom, I thought, okay, maybe this is just going to be Ruby from Weiss's perspective. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
and I was kind of thinking the same thing myself too. So you weren't too far off from like what most people were thinking when they hear a name like that.
And so I thought, like, maybe there's some other stuff that's going on behind the scene. We're going to see some more stuff with Winter. We're going to see more about the Shmi family and how all of that takes place, because, you have people who manipulated Papa Shmi, and the brother, he obviously, like when Weiss leaves to go to the academy, we find out later that there was a whole big deal about the brother being still at home. We got more taking place with the mom. Maybe we were going to deep dive into that a little bit more. So, I mean, everybody kind of has stuff happening. And I feel like the only people we really got to see over the course of the series, we got to see everybody evolve, and we got to see a lot of what took place with them.
Okay. Well, just real quick, I am going to say goodbye here. I am done doing my Final Fantasy stuff, and I don't watch Ruby, or Spy Family, so
we got to fix that, man.
There wasn't really a whole lot for me to talk about on here, but I'm glad I had my Final Fantasy.
Well, pick one of the two, and then you can jump in and you can be a part. I would say probably Spy Family, because
I don't know. I don't really feel like taking in anything new right now. It's mostly just comfort stuff. So
fair enough.
Got to be in the right mood for that. Otherwise, I'm not going to enjoy it.
Yeah, say less.
Or I can't even concentrate on it usually. So
that's why people go back and rewatch stuff they've seen 1,000 times, because I don't have to sit and pay attention to it, and I can still enjoy it.
Yeah,
because I can jump in 20 minutes into the episode and know exactly what's happening. So
right now I'm rewatching Orange is the New Black for like the billionth time. So yeah, I usually watch that about once a year all the way through. But
well, I've got one other show I have to clear off, and once that show is cleared off, I have your cherry show is actually, it's moved up. So that'll be
brand new cherry flavor. So I need to watch it again soon, just so I can brush up on what's going on with it again, which I've only seen it once. So
okay, then that works. I will let you know. It will probably be Voyager's kind of a back burner thing that I'm doing more for fun. It's not a necessity. And since it's all English and I have a general context of Star Trek, I don't have to like sit and stare at the screen. Where Spy Family, because it's subtitled, I have to like do nothing else but watch, which works out. So yeah, it'll probably be in about the next week and a half. I should be caught up on everything else.
Right.
To be able to get to brand new cherry flavor.
Also, just a heads up, I haven't talked to him about it yet, but I'm going to try and get my brother on the show on the 13th. So that's in 2 weeks. So
I think
because
you mentioned that to me.
yeah. So Nathan will be in town. He's coming. We're picking him up on the 7th,
Okay.
like at 11:30 at night. And I don't know how long I'll have him at my house, but probably at least through Wednesday or so, because he'll be in town for about 2 weeks. So
If we have to do a special episode or something, it doesn't
we'll
have
probably I'll talk to him and see if he's up for doing it. And if he is, it can be just talking about stuff in Japan and whatever he wants, living there and what it was like moving there 10 plus years ago, how it is now, so on and so forth, what his favorite things are about it, all that good stuff.
Totally good to do a random midday live or a Q&A session that gets uploaded special to make all of that happen.
What it's like being like the tallest person in Japan, like he
That's right. Oh wow, yeah.
He's like 6'8", so
yeah, he would definitely stand out.
When he does visit the States again, when I watch him go through like doorways and stuff, he always ducks, even though he doesn't have to here, but he's used to it in Japan. So I see him walking through doorways and he's like ducking. I'm like, Nathan, it's okay, stop it. All righty. Well, you guys have fun. And I'm gonna start winding down for bed. You'll probably see me in the background of David's camera in a second when I go into the bedroom there. So
all righty. Well, have a good night. We thank you for being on. And next time, maybe you'll get to talk Spy Family with us.
Probably not.
Okay. You keep trying. See you later.
Good night.
So, yeah, Ruby, I definitely thought that this was just going to be like I said, just an accelerated version of events to get us to key elements that required more from the Shmi family so that we could focus in on that part of it.
Right.
Seeing that they are doing something, I got to a certain point and realized like, this new.
Yep.
Oh, this not the same.
Nope.
Wait a minute. What are we watching?
Oh, we watched something different.
Right. So then I had to sit back and kind of pay a little bit more attention. I didn't miss anything. I was literally doing nothing else when I watched this, so I was able to enjoy it in its entirety. Very much so. And I don't know. I feel like Ruby Rhodes is even more of a badass than she was to begin with.
Yeah. Now
I almost feel like they nerfed Yang a little bit.
No, it's still early. It's still early, Yang. So she's gonna get there. She's gonna get there.
I was like, because I kind of felt like they nerfed Yang a little bit, but I'm also like really trying to. We already got Penny.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, we already got Sun. We already got Penny. We already dipping into the White Fang. We have already discovered the Faunus. We already got both our teams. And the fact that we have the teams the way we have them now is pretty cool. And it says a lot for like personality and character development, seeing who Pyrrha really was. The fact that she was already training Jean, it's just like all the good stuff feels like it's kind of
everything
highlighted,
escalated, just so we can get to the new stuff, which is good. Which is really good.
And so it's like to hear that there's 9 more episodes. I would really be saddened if we find out. Now, in fairness, a 30-minute episode of Ruby is like 3 episodes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So to get an hour of Ruby and that be 3 episodes still extends the length of the episode.
Right.
Because that's not normal. That's like 3 20-minute episodes, 25 minute, I'm saying, like 22-minute episodes. It's like that kind of thing. And it's very promising because now we're making 30-minute shows without commercials, and that's twice as long. So in a sense, the fact that they're able to cover so much ground in an hour, almost seems doable.
Yeah.
But if the first one that I watched was 3 episodes and they gonna do 12 episodes, is that gonna be 4 hours? Like, that's gonna make me sad. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, I really feel like we're gonna kind of rush through it, and I don't know now. I don't know what story you're gonna tell.
So that is a concern, but like just kind of judging off of the seeds that they have sown in the last episode, I'm confident that it'll at the very least be decent. So,
I mean, whatever they show, I'm here for it because I liked the. You know, it's weird. I liked the clarity on Blake's weapons. I liked.
now when you say clarity on her weapons, what do you mean?
So previously,
Mm-hmm.
I knew that Blake had a sword, and I knew that her sword was also she would use it to swing, so it had like a ribbon extension thing on it.
Uh-huh.
And I knew that it had the little handgun.
Right.
But when you watch I want to say the original series, well, I guess that is the appropriate term. When you watch the original series, it like really takes Blake a while to like get comfortable with her weapon, it felt like. You know what I'm saying? It's like the first time we see Ruby, homegirl is like pogo sticking the hell out of that scythe.
Mm-hmm.
Has no problems flipping it around, wall jumping mid-air, taking 2 sniper shots, and then, spin cycle scything down.
Right.
She had full range of motion. She knew what she was doing, her weapon. Blake was kind of like, oh, I have a sword. No, I have a gun.
So,
oh, wait, I'm going to swing over here. And in this episode, she was like, I'm going to swing this way, pull you close, pop, pop, stab you. Wait, I'm going to use this sheath to block your attack. Pop, pop, whip around. She knew what she was doing this go round.
Right.
And Blake is like on point.
So the thing to consider about Blake is that, especially very early on, Blake is a very, very, very reserved individual. So she tries not to call a lot of attention to herself, especially because she is a faunus, and that is basically just like racism.
Right.
That she's
not a
call
ribbon. I thought that was a ribbon. Those are your ears. Yeah. No, I mean,
Yeah.
all the subtext there was there. But even when we see like dude from the White Fang, when they're like on the train and she decides that she's, going to step away and no longer be a part. Like, I was watching my man and I was like, we had never seen Blake move like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And like
Right.
to see that level of skill, and this is not hate, this is not Blake hate, but to see that level of skill come from Blake, that didn't come until like much later.
Yeah, because now, like, especially with her fighting style kind of evolving over the volumes, she's a little bit more, I guess she's more comfortable in what she can do in conjunction with her weapons. But before, it's very much in her nature to kind of hang back and stay out of the fight as long as possible, so she can kind of sneak in, get a pot shot here or a backstab there. It's not necessarily that she's not comfortable with her weapon, is that her personality won't allow her to be the frontline fighter.
Well, I definitely like that they altered that aspect of it.
Oh yeah, no,
Blake has always been like so much more badass than they allowed her to be for quite some time.
Yeah.
And so once we got around to the point where we were starting to wonder if there was a little bit of a Blake Yang, a Yake, or a Blang. Once we were looking at the Blang ship,
Bumblebee is the official name.
Okay,
of the
that's
ship.
it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking for. Once the Bumblebee ship started like kicking around, Blake was in the forefront because that's where Yang was. You know what I'm saying? And it's like she was right there in the mix, and she was like able to like really throw hands and get down and do her thing. And to see that so early on, super stoked. Super stoked. Just because of what that means for not having to. It's literally like somebody watched the series and said, that was good, but it could be better. And
Yeah.
now they're trying to just make it better.
So there's also the thing to consider is that like Blake in both versions is very much a ninja, right?
Right.
So how many times have you seen a very like reserved ninja in anime? Not very much. They're usually just like doing the cool flippy dippy killy shit, right?
Right.
Yeah. So consider now that this is an anime adaptation, we can do that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, so far, everything I've seen so far definitely has my attention. I was a little thrown with the whole Dreamcatcher and Little Jean feeling some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what that part means.
Actually, that kind of like what he was talking about while he was in what his dream self was talking about while Pyrrha, Ren, and Nora were trying to get him. That does tie into like an early plot point with John, is that because he basically forged documents to get into Beacon Academy.
Like, you don't deserve to be here.
Right. So that is interesting that they brought that up that early.
Like I said, they hit all the highlights.
Mm-hmm.
We got a season in an hour.
Yep.
It was like Cliff Notes. We skipped the not the Beacon tournament.
No, we didn't skip it because it was.
Well, that would probably be next because now they just hit the dorms.
Yeah, the Vital Festival was volume 3.
Yeah,
and we basically covered all of volumes 1 and 2 in about an hour and a half.
It's just, yeah. So,
it's got promise. I'm gonna keep watching. I'm excited to see what they bring next. So yeah,
I'm very excited. I am slightly reserved just because,
as you should be.
I don't know what story they can tell in 12 episodes if they're doing this the way they are.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be very upset if we get episodes 4, 5, and 6, because then that tells me it's only going to be 4 hours total. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I can't say for sure, but the pattern would indicate that they're going to do episodes 1, 2, and 3. And if they come out with another hour-long episode, make that 4, 5, and 6. No, that's going to be the pattern they continue with.
No, it's going to be episodic. They just did the first 3 episodes just because we want to put something out and have people talking about it, and then the next episode's coming out in next week. Is it next week? Hold on, when's the 3rd? Oh, shit! Next one's coming out on Sunday. Oh, not Sunday. No, Friday. Oh shit, it's coming out Friday.
The end of the week.
Yeah.
See, like new Ruby used to be like, if you found out there were new episodes of Ruby, call your friends, let them know, because they didn't know there was new episodes of Ruby.
Yeah,
they didn't have a release date. They just came out when they came out.
I think this is also them kind of distracting us away because we still have no news about volume 9. So they're not there. I think this is a
teleport
ploy
to this mystical land and
right.
Oh, here's some stuff we were working on.
Yeah.
Got a couple episodes of this ready. But the problem is you do that and it turns out to be good, and now people need more.
Mm-hmm.
Operation Strix.
Man.
Spy Family.
Man. Now, so are you caught up?
I am caught up as
there.
I am caught up as far as BRV will allow me to be caught up. The last episode I saw was Penguin Parade or Penguin Party.
Okay, all right. So you are caught up. So you're at the end. You're at the end of season 1.
Okay,
you're there. Okay, all right, cool. So
that saddens me. That's the end of the season 1.
Oh no, we're getting more in October. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
Right, it's July. It's
Yeah.
not even July. It's almost July.
Yeah, you're getting more. You're getting more. Don't worry about it. You get more.
Okay.
You get more. That's all good.
But it's not like they go like, bam, here's 2 seasons. Enjoy.
They saw
They're
the
already hitting me
popularity
with the
and they was like, yeah, let's go ahead and let's hit the nitro button on this one. Because man, Spy Family is a fucking
just the fact that show is so enjoyable.
it's so good. It's so good. So just to preface this, if you don't know what Spy Family is, hi, welcome to the outside world from under the rock that you've been living in for the past couple months.
If you watch anime, you've heard of Spy Family.
If
you may not have watched it, but you've at least heard of Spy Family. It's on all the radars right now. It's on every buzz topic hashtag anime. It's there. And it's good.
Justifiably so.
Right. Like I've enjoyed everything I've seen.
There's rarely an anime out there that kind of just checks all the boxes. And the Spy Family checks all the boxes. Like there's very little, if anything, that you could say that's bad about this series. At least so far, if you're watching the anime. And I also haven't started the manga yet, so I'm hesitant to start the manga because I've just been enjoying the anime so much.
Everything that I would typically say is bad about this is stuff that doesn't really qualify as being bad per se.
It's more like nitpicky, I guess.
It's not even nitpicky. It is, hey, this thing was cool. I want more, and you didn't give me more, so I'm going to be mad about that.
Mm-hmm.
So everything we have, like, first of all,
so let's do a quick synopsis for anybody just kind of not in the know. Just a quick one, and I'll keep it brief. So we are in. So this takes place in 20 and it takes place in the year 20 in the European country of and
it happened that time when at that place.
Yes, exactly. Basically, you have the organization called WISE that is trying to keep tabs on Donovan Desmond, who is the chairman of what was the name of Estonia's National Union Party, who is threatening peace efforts between two different nations, right?
Right.
And so they have labeled this mission Operation Strix, and they put their most talented spy, their best spy, codenamed Twilight, on this mission to just keep him from just fucking shit up, right?
The fate of the world rests on Twilight's shoulders.
So what does Twilight need to do? He needs to infiltrate the country, and as soon as he's in the country, he's given a message by his superiors saying that he needs to have a child and enroll them.
He has to get close to Desmond.
Yes.
And the fastest way and the most effective way to do that would be
have a child.
To have a child enrolled at the premier education academy in the land, and because that's where
his son goes.
That's where the person, this guy Desmond that they're trying to keep tabs on, his son goes to this school.
Yes.
So in order to be able to make friends and rub elbows and get close to Desmond, easiest way in would be through the school, because one of the only known things that this guy does
is goes to the function at
is
the school.
Attend the functions that the school hosts.
Yes.
So you got to get you a family, got to get you a kid has to get into this school, et cetera, et cetera.
So what's the first thing he does? He goes to find him a child. So he goes to his local orphanage to go adopt himself a child, and he gets there, and
we're not even going to talk about that whole part in 2022.
Yeah, it's a whole. There's very slim pickings for him because this is this orphanage is not great, but he comes across the adorable and starry eyed Anya, who happens to be a telepath.
Telepath.
Yes. Esper.
She can read minds.
She can read motherfucking minds. So she shows off her powers by not telling Twilight that he can read that she can read minds, but just kind of checks off the boxes in his head as he's thinking it. So he's like, okay, she's coming with me. Cool.
I need someone who's polite and courteous. She would immediately just smile and curtsy.
Yeah.
I need someone who's smart. She picks up the local crossword,
shows
it to him, and as he's looking over the crossword, well, surely this crossword is too hard for her.
And he's thinking the answers, and
she's not going to know that one down is this or that two across is that.
And she's just writing them down.
She's like literally reading his mind and writing all the answers down, and then shows it to him. So of course he's naturally impressed, thinking she's a genius.
Yeah. Nah. She's not. She's a 5-year-old.
She's adorable.
She's a 5-year-old. That's it. She just happens.
Not a genius.
So before we move on to the next character, which has the internet in a chokehold, I need to point out something with Anya, and I love pointing this out because she falls into a very specific character trope that is like equal parts infuriating and adorable. She falls into the character trope of person has a very good, sometimes overpowering ability, but she has half the intellect stat to use it properly. So she could do so many things with being able to read minds,
especially given the way she has the ability to read minds.
Yes, she can do so many amazing things, but she is a literal child, so she can't use it effectively. So it's great, and I love it. So Twilight's while taking on the moniker of a Mr. Lloyd Forger, psychiatrist in whatever firm that he's working
European
at. Yeah. So they're doing all this stuff, and Anya's there, but now they need to have a parent-teacher conference to interview Anya, but both parents need to be present. That presents a problem because Lloyd ain't married, Joe. So while he's getting Anya ready for this interview and stuff, he's mulling over how is he going to go wife in like 3 days, right? Enter your Briar, the woman who has the internet in a chokehold, and for good reason, because goddamn. I do. So yeah, Yor is a very sweet, polite, sometimes clumsy woman, and it's all adorable. She's great. She's very everybody loves her. She's great, except for the fact that nobody knows that Yor is actually a fucking assassin.
No, not a assassin. The assassin.
The assassin. She's the Thorn Princess. That is her code name, and nobody knows. Except Anya, because she can read minds, and it has led to often terrifying things being revealed to Anya mistakenly. She's like, she's thinking, I could just hug this little child, but it could be like when I hug my brother almost to death and
crack 2 ribs.
Mm-hmm.
And those times, and she will literally, and this is where it gets really interesting, because without going too far into the synopsis, there are times when she has interactions with Anya that play out differently because of the conversation she's having with herself in her head.
Yes.
And these are not things that she's saying to Anya, but of course, since Anya reads minds,
Anya is in
she just hears these things as if they were
in
said to her.
sheer horror, she's hearing all these things like, oh no. But the funny thing about it is Anya is in love with the idea of being the daughter of a super spy and an assassin. This is her fantasy at this point. She's like, oh my God, this is great.
Life doesn't get any better.
Life doesn't get better than this. I go out on outings and my mom's super strong and she can kill somebody with a toothpick if she wanted to. And my dad can just dismantle government by pressing a button. This is great. I love it. Oh, my dad can beat your dad.
Right. And she definitely conducts herself with a little bit of joy and enthusiasm. And there's different times where her interactions with the relationship between Yor and Anya progresses, as is normal. But as you watch them interact with one another, Anya though she's terrified, she does have these moments where you can tell she actually like looks up to Yor. She recognizes her strength and her power and her capabilities. And like you said, because she's already thinking like, how cool is it that I've got these awesome parents, life is great. She is still 5 and she doesn't want to do everything. Yor can't cook.
But she can
quick.
Clean the house though.
She very clean.
She had to learn to do that.
I was about to say she got to make sure that she doesn't leave certain stains around.
Bloodstains specifically. Bloodstains. But yeah,
so it's watching the two of them interact is the most adorable thing. And it's like you see these moments where our spy, Twilight,
this hardened super spy that has been on several missions and cares not about what people view of him as long, all for the sake of the mission. You could see this hardened super spy. You could see the wall slowly start to crumble.
Yeah.
You can start seeing the compassion in his eyes, especially like at that parent teacher meeting that I referenced earlier, where just to because we'll you watch the show first of all. Second of all,
do yourself a favor and watch
do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor, watch the show, watch it. But just to kind of briefly go over this, so I don't spoil it too much, but I gotta talk about this. The whole point of the Lloyd and Yor getting married so they can both go to this parent teacher conference so they can interview Anya and the parents so that Anya can have a better chance of getting into the school because it's like a lottery thing or whatever, right? So they're in the interview part and they're talking to 3 of the headmasters, and one of them is just an absolute asshole. Like he's going through a divorce. My wife done took the kids and shit. This guy is bitter, right? Bitter and mad at the world. And he looks over at Anya. Everybody's asking her all these questions. Then you get to this guy. He's asking questions of the parents. He's like, do you know how to cook, ma'am? She's like, I don't really. Well, as far as cooking, like Lloyd steps in, is like, I do most of the cooking, but she handles the everything else in the house. She's the excellent cleaner and all this stuff and all that. And then so now he's like, damn, I can't break this apart. So let's go ahead and aim at the kid like an asshole. Right. So he's like, all right, well, if you could grade your parents out of like, what would you give them? She's like, a perfect 100, which, oh my God, the innocence of this 5-year-old, right? But then this despicable waste of space is like, all right, do you prefer your new mom or your old mom? And just proceeds to just make Anya cry, which is a crime punishable by death. I please. But
definitely in this particular anime setting, no less.
Like if he were to just happen to just fall over and turn blue, then that'd be fine, whatever. But
you also just insulted the daughter of the world's greatest assassin
and the world's greatest spy. So first the assassin goes to, you know, comfort Anya, and then you could see it in her eyes. You can see her hand just kind of doing this thing, like she is holding back, trying to not kill this man in broad daylight. And then Twilight's going through his inner monologues, like, you know, keep your composure. It's for the sake of the mission. Who cares? And his body is not responding to his thoughts. And you can see him, like, as soon as everybody else turns around, he's about to jump over the table and punch this dude in the face and put the fear of God in him. And Lloyd catches himself at the last second, punches the desk, craters that thing, and passes it off as like he's, you know, there was a mosquito in the room. I just took care of it for you. and then walks out. It's like, we don't need to do this interview anymore. We're done.
If these are the kind of questions that you're asking,
Right.
maybe this isn't the right school for us.
So, and then from that point forward, you like, and there's several instances even before and after that point where you can see Lloyd, Twilight, however you want to reference him. You could see his wall starting to come down, interacting with Anya and Yor, and it is, if this is the best found family story I have ever seen in my life, this would be it.
It is the most adorable interaction.
Yeah.
And because you genuinely like, and I can't wait till we get to the point where Yor and Lloyd are done pretending.
Right.
Because it's so close, and it's just like, it's building up so well, and it's like, oh man, I'm gonna be so sad when somebody hires Yor to locate Twilight.
So this is gonna be some Mr. and Mrs. Smith bullshit
right
here.
And the
And it's
worst
gonna be
part
great.
about it is going to be Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and the kid is going to know and not really know who to tell. But what is really interesting about Anya is, though she's a child and she's 5 and she thinks like a 5-year-old and she acts like a child,
Mhm.
she has these moments of clarity where, because she's a telepath, because she's an esper, and she can read people's minds, she has discovered in her short time that coming right out and telling people that she can read minds puts her back in the orphanage. So
Right.
she stopped doing that. So nobody knows that she can read minds. But what she will do is say something that will guide a person towards whatever target she is wanting attention brought to. Very simple example. I'll create one here. If we were trying to figure out this TV, or like what channel this TV was on, or maybe even like how to turn the TV off, she would scan the area for anyone who had information about the remote, about the television. That includes animals. That comes up later, but she can scan everyone around until she finds the information she needs. And rather than just be like, oh, here's the remote, it's right here, she would say something like, I want the peanuts that are over there on that countertop.
Yeah. she's
so
she's a 5-year-old, but she knows more than a 5-year-old would know, and then she has to frame it like a 5-year-old would kind of experience the world. Like, yeah, like how she got Lloyd and Yor together. She's like, oh, I wish I had a mom. Oh my God. Doing her whole song and dance, and that somehow worked. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it gave Yor well, I guess it wouldn't hurt, and boom, they end up together. I will say I like that my man proposed with the pin from a grenade.
Yes.
Like, that was pretty dope. And just in the context of what was happening there, it was really cool. And I cannot wait until you know what? I need for Yor to become suspicious of Lloyd. Lloyd's already had his suspicious moments, and he's kind of done a little research because he's a master spy. That's what he does. But I need to see the moment where Yor starts asking questions and saying, wait a minute, something doesn't add up.
Right.
One, because I want to see how Anya's going to help not have her happy family broken up. And two, I'm curious what will be the event that is the catalyst for Yor to start investigating. I think they'll both be assigned to, it'll probably be something like she's assigned to a target to take them out. He's assigned to the target to protect them. And they come across one another and he's going to recognize like something she does, or because she'll be in, attack mode. So she'll have on a totally different outfit. He'll be master of disguise, but it'll be, for those of you who've seen the old school Batman with Michelle Pfeiffer and Michael Keaton, they'll be dancing. She'll grab him at a certain spot where she stabbed Batman, and he'll grab her at a certain spot where he cut her arm. And then they're going to recognize, wait, you have to be. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm really sad that there's not going to be any more seasons any more episodes this season. That makes me sad because I thought there was more coming. I was looking forward to Saturday.
Well, there is more. Just not right now.
Right, you said October.
Okay.
In the meantime, do enjoy Spy Family. Thoroughly enjoyed it. It checks all the boxes. Like everything about it is great. It's cute. It's funny. It's humorous. It's got emotion. It's got suspense. You've got plenty of action. Comedy galore. It looks fantastic. It's a well-written story, and it doesn't seem to be like a whole like, oh, this must be the filler episode. Like everything that's happening kind of has relevance to either the main story or the story at the time. And so it doesn't leave much to have to try to figure out. You just get to sit back, enjoy, and watch it.
Man, I'm sorry. I'm just enjoying Spy Family so much.
You hurt my heart when you said October. I just want you to know that, like, ultimately, I'm sitting here thinking about it, and I was like, I just knew there was going to be a new episode Saturday, and I thought I was going to catch that, and now it's not.
How you think I feel? This is what I watch before I work. Like, I watch this and then I clock in for work on Saturdays. Like, come on, man. This is what I do. But
I guess I have to rewatch the first. You know what? I do have the benefit of, because I'm watching it through VRV, it does the subtitled episodes, and then a couple days later, the dubbed episodes come through. So technically, I can go back and watch the dubbed episodes. Actually, do I have that one on dubbed? I don't know if I have that one dubbed. I feel like that one has a dub. So yeah, I'll go back and check out the dubbed episodes after watching the subtitled, just to get some of that voice acting.
Yeah. So there's like the one other thing that I wanted to bring up with Spy Family before we kind of like stop talking, because I'm getting a little tired here. There are a few anime, like I say there's a few. There's a lot of anime who kind of like their openings and ending songs kind of like they're good, like they get you there, they get you ready and for the show, and then they kind of lead you out when it's over, right? This anime's opening and ending songs are damn near perfect, and I can't believe it. Like, I never thought that I would have heard a more perfect opening and ending for a show than Mixed Nuts and Comedy. Like these especially comedy. Oh, that ending theme is just
Yeah, the ending theme.
Oh my god.
The ending theme sits better for the show than I think even the opening. Because the opening, although it kind of like gets you a little hyped up and riled up and stuff like that, it feels like, you know what? It's funny because I almost feel like you can. I made the comparison earlier. We were talking about Cowboy Bebop and seatbelts.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds like it would be the B-side on one of their albums.
Yeah.
So it has like that very pop, jazzy, up-tempo instrument sound. And that fits really well. And it goes really well with the anime. And so even during the intro, you get a couple flashes of the screen that you need to have. You get the character profiles that you got to have, so you know what's going on. But the music just moves you, like it pushes you along.
Not even just the music, like the visuals of the opening and endings. Like it's so good. It fits so well. Like it, man.
I'm still not gonna put it I'm not gonna put it above the ending of Jujutsu Kaisen.
I will. That's man, I will.
I thoroughly enjoyed that Apple color scheme commercial with the dancing, and that song just went really well with what I was seeing on that. I really like that closing.
I trust me, I understand, but I'm sitting here like, for me personally, like, nah, comedy is like right there, up top. If not top 3, man, it's got to be. Like, hold on, I'm gonna do this again here. I'm gonna do this again here, and we can just pull that up on screen real quick. Just it's perfect. And you can't tell me that it's not. Nobody can tell me that it's not perfect. Because I'll call you a liar to your face.
You know what? We will find a way to get that. You know what? Throw that link in the chat, and we'll have to see about that. Put that. Well, I'm sure if you can do it, go ahead and get the opening audio, closing audio, and then just for laughs, what's the closing soundtrack for Jujutsu Kaisen? Let's see. I will look that one up.
Oh, wait a minute. There it is.
Lost in Paradise.
Yeah, no, Lost in Paradise is good. Like, trust me, Lost in Paradise had me like it was keeping me captive for a while.
And then this one came along, and we passed that.
Like, I'm sorry, you cannot tell me. Nobody can tell me that the ending.
You put that one in. I am going to put.
I can tell you that the ending is good.
Bad, whatever. You know what I mean. Leave me alone. This one, and then that one. Boom.
Got some more.
Yeah, so there they go.
Cool. All right, so I would dare say I'm going to specifically clip this part out. I'm specifically going to clip this part out and throw these up right there. And we waiting on my Jujutsu Kaisen. Boom.
Yep.
All right. So there they go. And check those out. And just in terms of the way it works, I mean, you get to see what I'm talking about as far as the Apple commercial animation at the end, with the color scheme and everything that's happening in the back. Plus, like, you know, just the dance segment that takes place.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't think Gojo was cool before, in fact, of all of these characters, if you didn't already know how cool they were from Jujutsu Kaisen, this little closed segment fully expresses just how cool these characters are. But I would say that it looks like the Bridgers could also be some dancers. Looked like they was busted it out with a little disco.
Yeah.
So,
you know,
who knows? Maybe if there was a dance off, it's hard to say which way that would go. But I think, as per usual, Gojo would probably solo because my man was just too cool while he was dancing on that.
He too smooth with it.
Right, like he was just like my man was just like sliding. He was just sliding through, you know. But yeah, I think this will be a good spot. We will make it a point to talk Nintendo Direct very soon.
Yeah.
There was some
That's
stuff
right. I didn't want to
Nintendo
talk
Direct.
about that. That's all good.
We will pick a time and we will jump on that. But we may have to get what's this 2 hours of anime openings, but it's lo-fi remix. Okay. Let's go ahead and pause that for now. I gotta come back and check that out. Lo-fi anime playlist. Oh, and it's on Spotify.
Hey yo.
We was just talking about how I like my Spotify. So we'll get into that. But I'm going to clip this segment out. So make sure you go back, check these videos. Let us know what you think. Be sure to hit us up in the comments. We appreciate everybody who was on tonight. I want to thank Denisha for getting back in. She's had a lot going on, but she was able to take some time away and jump on with us. I want to thank Linda for keeping us entertained. They done forced me. Well, I'm not going to say force me. They kind of twisted my arm a little bit, just a little. I've downloaded Final Fantasy 14. We'll see what that looks like as far as me actually playing, because when do I have time to play a video game and watch an anime and watch a TV show simultaneously? I just found out a little bit of time freed up on my calendar because I don't have anything for Saturday nights anymore. So
that sounds like quitter talk to me.
Right. I mean, oh no, I mean that just I have something free on the schedule since I don't have any more Spy Family till October. So something can fill that spot now. And so we'll pick one of these things. Maybe that'll be when I start jumping into this Final Fantasy 14 and see what that's all about. I've got my free trial. I just got to go through and do the sign up and everything and blah, blah, blah. And we'll see how it goes. And, you know, I've got a PC definitely capable of supporting it now. So we'll check it out and try again. But it was, you know, I played it on one of the PlayStation, probably PS4. Although I feel like it was PS2 when I did, if I'm being honest, because it's been around for a minute. That might be the one that was like free on PS2 when you had to buy the little special network adapter thing to go on the back. That might have been the first time, but I'm sure I've played it since then. But I want to thank Denisha. I want to thank Jeff. I want to thank David, who was on. David North was on. We got Hatman, and of course, we had Splendid MG. She was going through all her raids and told us all about the greatness of her game. One day we may have to let her maybe stream that while we talk in the background, because it sounded like she was thoroughly enjoying herself. You know what? I think next time we'll let her stream on Twitch. I will pull up the Twitch and have the Twitch playing here as the screen in the background. And then if people have questions about what she's doing, we'll address her and, you know, we'll get it figured out. Somebody will type it in the chat on her screen and we'll just 2 birds, 1 stone kind of thing.
There you go.
That'll be something we figure out another night, as it is late.
Yes, it is.
And we have weighed in on plenty tonight. And I will say next week, I will probably want to get us caught up on Miss Marvel and the boys. So that would be your homework for the week.
Oh yeah, dude, I gotta get caught up on the boys. I think we're like, what, 2 episodes behind now?
When you get I feel like a new episode would have dropped today.
Last week.
Oh yeah, we are caught up.
Because we watched it Thursday night, but it was late enough. Friday had already shown up.
Right. Okay, so we're all caught up.
We're behind. We're not.
Okay, so we are caught up.
Okay.
Yeah,
so I don't know how I wanted to tackle that episode. So I think we'll just kind of cover it as a whole. As a whole. Nom. We will let that be. And that'll be for next time. For myself, for David, we are Grown A Geeks. We want to thank you for having been with us. We will see you next time. We are out of here. Peace.